We can still talk about cooking, can't we? Woo!
And can I just ask that committee members and people in attendance, if you can just mute if you're not speaking, then unmute when you are called to speak. That'll be really useful. I know there's at least one person on the phone, so that may be a bit difficult, but everybody else, if you can just mute, that'd be really useful.
Keen on that basis, can you call me towards or at the end of any debate so I can do less jumping in and it's easier for you to chair if I do that?
Yeah, happy to do that, John. And if I forget, don't take offence. It is.
No, I'll shout. I will shout up, but the less times you have to shout up, the better.
I'll remind you as well, so you'll get shouting from every angle.
Don't shout at me. I'm delicate.
Can we all shout at him?
Okay, we're a few minutes over, but I think everybody's here, so I think we're good to go, if everyone's happy with that. We'll start. We've got a long agenda. So good evening, everyone. Thanks very much for coming along to this virtual meeting of Policy and Resources Committee. Thank you also, and welcome to members of the public who are watching. I'm sure there are many watching live on YouTube. This is better than Emmerdale. Not quite sure if it's better than Coronation Street, but hopefully we'll have an interesting meeting. We'll start with item 1, which is the emergency evacuation procedure. Again, is irrelevant. You will have to work the way out of your own homes for today's meeting. Item 2 is apologies for absence, and I believe there are no apologies for absence. Everybody's here.
Chair, we've got apologies from Councillor Dockwra with Councillor Mackenzie substituting.
Excellent. Thanks, Ellen. Item 3 is declarations of interest. Does anybody have any declarations of interest? I'm going to take that as no. Item 4 is the minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of September 2020, which you'll find on pages 5 to 10. I'm happy to propose those. Don't know if there's a seconder. Councillor Andrews, happy to second.
Sorry, Keane, I wanted just to speak on one of them, but I mean, I'm happy to second them.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, the 140 HR policy revision. I just wondered if we could put in which 2 policies they were, just to avoid confusion later, because this came to us as a Part A last time, I believe, and the other 2 we're looking at this evening are at Part B. So just if we could put the HR policy revision and then just put in the minutes which 2 they were.
I'm happy for. I think that can just be taken. Ellen can adjust those accordingly. There's going to be extra confusion on those, as we know, because they'll actually come back to this meeting tonight. But we'll leave that one there for now, and we'll pick that. But I'm happy for that to be picked up. So I'm happy if everybody else is happy. They've been proposed and seconded, so we'll go to the vote. Everybody, I'm not going to go through a formal roll call, but I think everybody's comfortable and happy to accept the minutes. Anybody against accepting the minutes? And any abstentions?
Mine's an abstention, Chair.
And Councillor Ryedale as well, and Councillor Mackenzie.
Because I wasn't there.
Yeah. Is that clear, Ellen? Have you got that?
The committee.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
Excellent. Okay, so we're now into receipt of working party minutes, and it's just worth pointing out that this is receipt of minutes in terms of item 5, which is minutes from the local plan working party held on the 21st of October, which you'll find on pages 11 to 12. This is receipt. It's not voting to accept them because that's for the working party to do. This is receipt of those minutes. So again, I'm happy to propose that if there is someone happy to second. Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Arnold, thank you. So we'll go to the vote on accepting receipt of those minutes. Again, everybody happy? Excellent. Is there anybody who is against? Any abstentions? So I think again that's unanimous there, Ellen, for the minute purposes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Item 6 is recommendations from Grant's Working Party held on November the 3rd, pages 13 to 16. As committee members should be aware, there is a small amendment to make to those. I'm happy to move the recommendations if I think Councillor Arnold happy to second those. But there is an amendment which I will hand over to Councillor Arnold to make that at this point.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if everybody's had an email or not. I know the Grants Working Party members have had an email, but when Next Steps applied, they applied for 98% of the grant. Now, this was pointed out by officers, which is above what we normally give out. And after a lot of discussion, most grant members thought that we should give them £2,500, which is 48% of what they applied for. Now, this is again above what we normally give. So I asked the officers to look into this because I felt that if we gave them 50%, we've set a precedent for the future. And if we get people coming in the future wanting 48% of the grant, the money will go poof, and we won't have any money. So the officers went back to Next Steps, and Next Steps came back and said that they'd be happy with the 25% that we normally give out because they've got alternative funding and they've got some max funding. So that's why we would like to change that to 25% instead of the 48% it says there.
So I do, Councillor Arnold. I'm taking that as being that's been proposed, that amendment, and I'm happy to second that amendment.
Yeah.
I'll open it up now if anyone wishes to speak on that. Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you for that update, Steve. And because you've gone back and consulted with Next Steps and they are happy, they aren't saying that things are going to be deferred or they're going to have any financial difficulties, I see that no problem with that. I would have been concerned, obviously, if it was going to spoil their plans of getting further funding. So I would agree with that as well.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Are there any further comments on this one? If not, I'll ask Councillor Clark, do you wish to say anything on this? I'll take that as no. So that's been proposed and seconded. So we'll go to the vote. Again, what I'll do is I'll ask all those in favour if you indicate. Excellent. Councillor Clark, are you in favour of that?
Can you add me to that list, please, Chair? Yes.
Excellent. Anybody against that amendment? I can't see anybody.
Thank you.
Any abstentions? No, so that's unanimous for Ellen's purposes. So that has now been amended. So we'll go to the vote on the recommendations as amended there. That's been proposed and seconded. So we will go to the vote again on that one. All those in favour, please. And Councillor Clark, is that a hand in favour? Because I can see everybody else.
In favour.
Excellent. I think that's everybody. There weren't any against or abstentions. If there were, just please speak up in case I can't see. Excellent. So that's unanimous there, Ellen, for your purposes as well. So far, so good. Item 7 on the agenda, recommendations from the Constitution Working Party held on the 9th of November. This was obviously a late paper to follow and should have been circulated to committee members. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to propose those recommendations, which will go to council along with the original motion. I think, have I got a seconder for those?
I'll second it. Yeah.
Councillor Arnold. Does anyone wish to speak on those recommendations from Constitution Working Party? Only to say that clearly it's going to be a full council decision. It's going there as a part B. No one there. Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak?
Yes, please, Chair. I don't think we should be putting this forward as this. I think we should be saying that under the present circumstances, we shouldn't be tying the structure of where we go forward in terms of chairs and vice chairs of P&R in relation to the parties and what we've got at the moment, and leader and deputy leader, and we shouldn't be accepting that we don't take a vote, because this says we don't take a vote, in effect, at full annual council on whether or not we have a leader of council. And I realise that you had a vast majority that equalled the vast minority that I supported at 15 all. And if it's as close as that, and that's the council we're going to have for next May, presumably, and presumably the May after that, then quite bluntly, that is not the time. Now is not the time to be recommending from P&R. So I would like to move that we don't proceed with it at this point.
I would second that.
You're on mute, Keane. Still on mute.
Sorry, can everybody hear me at the moment? I don't know what
I can hear you now. If you've been speaking up till now, no.
There was a sticky button there. I do apologise. What I was going to say it was that it has been proposed and seconded that the recommendations are referred to council. So if that is not the feeling of P&R, then it would be to vote against. Would be my advice, but I'm happy to check that with the monitoring officer that we've got. Clearly, this was a motion submitted to council, so even if P&R doesn't recommend the Constitution Working Party sort of recommendations to council, it's still going to be on the agenda for full council because it was a motion that was referred to Constitution Working Party to go forward. But that's clarity if there's any advice on that.
Yeah. So from my understanding, it was a referral from full council to a working party. The working party is a working group that is constituted by the P&R committee. So there is not a duty, but there is a requirement for the P&R committee to give a recommendation to full council. So I think you've got a recommendation from the working group goes to P&R. Now it's for P&R to make a recommendation to go to full council. But you're right, the original motion will be going back to full council, but then it's from a recommendation to go from this committee to go to full council, which will then add to the debate that happens at full council.
So my advice would be that something's been proposed and seconded. If obviously I'll carry on the debate. I'm not cutting short the debate here, but if we go to the vote once the debate's concluded, if that fails, then clearly we'll have to look and see what we do, if anything, in terms of referral to council from that point forwards. Is everybody happy with that in principle? I.e., we'll see what happens with the vote and then pick it up if it goes differently.
Chair, I'm happy with it because I spent some time looking at it in constitutional terms, and I actually think that you and I were wrong. And it's not often we're in the same side, even if it's on the side of being wrong. To refer it to the Constitution Working Party, we should have probably referred it to P&R, asking them to get the Constitution Working Party to look at it. As council made the decision as a supreme body that it wanted the Constitution Working Party to look into it, I think you can have both. I think you've got to have back to council from the Constitution Working Party. But I think PNR could come up with a different result if it wanted, but both would then go back to full council.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor Clark. I suppose what I'm saying is if we take the vote on what's been proposed and it's successful, then clearly the view of PNR is, yeah.
If it's defeated, I still think both should go to full council.
Right, okay.
Because full council wrongly asked the Constitution Working Party to look at it.
Yeah.
And that was our joint mistake at that point. But I don't think we should be telling full council that it got it wrong from either the Constitution Working Party or PNR.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll go to Councillor Burr, who's indicated.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that because we're so finally balanced at the moment, I think that it's really important to think about what all councillors are feeling, and this is no surprise to anybody. I don't think that we should be dealing with anything other than important issues. I don't think this is actually an important issue about a leader and etc., etc. I think the most important thing is that we think about our residents, how they are at the moment, jobs, the economy, etc. And I don't really see why there's such an urgency that all this has to go back to full council. But I understand what Barry is saying, and it was referred, and then we've discussed it. And I understand what Councillor Clark is saying about the Constitution, and maybe we made a mistake. Well, that's all by the by, and I agree with that, and that's fair enough. But as I say, to be discussing about leaders and deputy leaders, I think if you're probably going to lose your job and can't pay your mortgage, I don't really think our residents are interested in leaders and deputy leaders. Thank you.
Okay, just in terms of wrapping up the debate before we go to the vote, one thing I would say is, obviously, I've heard the comments there about the fact we're a finely balanced council, and clearly the annual meeting last year was finely balanced. We had some close results. What I would say is that actually, regardless of what happens and regardless of who is in what positions, what this motion seeks to do is to establish that we will have a leader in all circumstances. We'll have a deputy leader in all circumstances, and that in effect, the external workings of the council is tied to the internal workings of the council. And in this day and age, in modern local government, you cannot disentangle the two, because lots of things we want to do, we can only do with outside partnership working, we can only do representation on outside bodies and things like that. But the fact is that every council in the country has a leader, and the fact that we would even consider and debate not having a leader, to me, seems a nonsense situation. And what I would say is this is not about me, it's not about Councillor Arnold, although clearly, I would like to continue as leader. I'm sure Councillor Arnold would like to continue as deputy leader after May next year. This is about establishing a position, and that is that if the political control of this council changes for whatever reason on whatever numbers, that there should be somebody who is a point of accountability, a leader who can take questions, who can make a statement to council, who can be held to account for the performance and the workings of the council. And actually, a lot of the arguments that you hear is actually we want to have a chair of PNR, we want to have a vice chair of PNR, and in fact, we want them to be the leader of the council, but we don't want to give them the title and the job description and the clarity that they need in order to fulfil that position and that role. And that touches on, I think, the other important thing about this motion is that we have a leader and we have a deputy at the moment, yet there's no job description. And clearly, if council is appointing people to a role, as it can do, as it is right to do so, that it should have a job description associated with it. That's been an anomaly in our constitution, something that should have been dealt with. That's what this motion does. I know also I've heard the comment about the urgency issue, and all I would say is that this was proposed and put forward to council a year ago now, and actually there hasn't really been the urgency to deal with it. We have put it off, we have deferred it, but we can't stop the business that we need to do as a council. And also when we are going through difficult circumstances, the one thing we need as a council is leadership. And I think we need leadership now more than ever as we face into very difficult circumstances. So that's all I'll say on that one before we go to the vote. I can see, Councillor Frank, you are indicated to speak, but we have I am wrapping up, and you didn't indicate before that. So I'm going to go to the vote.
Is this not your opening speech?
Sorry, Councillor Clark. No, we opened up the debate. I let people speak, and I've wrapped up the debate. So we're going to go to the vote on this one. So this is a referral to council, the recommendations from Constitution Working Party. It may be best if I do go down names on this one.
Would it help for me to do a roll call, Chair?
Yeah, I think that would be useful.
So I've got the list in front of me. Yeah,
that would be useful. Fine. Thank you. So if everyone just stands ready to say for, against, or abstain when called.
Councillor Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Burr. Councillor Burr.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
Against.
If I've got my maths right, Ellen, is that 5-5?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so Chairman's casting vote that is referred to council for their determination at the next full council meeting. That's that one sorted out. That's item 7. The next item.
My vote recorded, please, Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Andrews, are you indicating?
Yes, please. Just as the meeting goes forward, I did have a question on that, and that's why I got confused. Because normally we have you introduce it, we have questions, then we debate, and there was no time to ask questions. Obviously, that's gone. But in for the future of the rest of the meeting, could we have so it's a bit more clear as what's happening? Thank you.
Sorry, I mean on the items sort of that are coming forward for the Part A and the Part Bs. Obviously, there will be officer introductions. There'll be chances for questions. Clearly, with those, there were just minutes and recommendations from the working parties, and obviously gave Steve the chance on the grants just to give that introduction of that small issue. And on that one, it's a motion that's come from members that was put forward to council. So. Obviously, going forward from here, there will be the chance for questions to officers as they introduce the reports. Apologies for any confusion on that one. Okay, so moving on to item 8, which is a test and trace support statements, pages 17 to 20. This is we're receipt of this information, which has been a committee level decision made under urgency powers as required under the Constitution. And I'm going to hand over, I believe, could someone just give me some guidance as to who I'm handing over to on this one?
Keen, it's Margaret.
Sorry,
here.
Margaret, I apologise.
I'll introduce it, but if you need any more details, Marcus is also on the line because he's the one that's actually administering it. So this is basically government gave us money for the test and trade support payments. There was a mandatory payment of it which went through for people that tested positive for allow them to, if they were on benefits, to receive a £500 payment. There was also a discretionary part of that meant that anybody who was working for themselves and couldn't go to work and also tested positive, that they could apply for the funding as well. They capped that at just over 11,000, near to £12,000 from the government, which meant that would only be roughly about 23 payments that we would be able to give out. So essentially what we're asking committee is that we put a discretionary criteria around that for eligibility, which is outlined in 6.8 and 6.9, and basically put a cap on it. So whatever comes first, whether we run out of the payments or we take it to the 31st of January 2022, January 21. At this moment, we think that we'll have enough till January. However, we're keeping a close eye on it. But the criteria is kind of set out in the document. So it's just to kind of seek approval that everybody's happy with it.
Can I just check, Margaret, on this one? Obviously, decision's been taken. We are talking here about the test and trace support payments, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
So it's in effect all we are doing. I'm happy for you to ask you questions on this, but as far as I understand, the decision we're taking is just to receive that information.
Just to receive the information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. So I'm happy to. Does anyone have any questions on this for Margaret? Bear in mind, we're not actually making a decision because it's already been taken. I hope everyone can understand why that's the case and why we had to take that decision. Councillor Burr.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I've actually missed this, but how many people have actually applied for this, Margaret?
So I'll let Marcus, because he'll have the most up-to-date information from today. If you don't mind, Lindsay, I'll just ask Marcus to come in because I want to give you the accurate information, and I got just a update yesterday. Marcus, could you just update us on where we are with discretionary and mandatory, please?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you. As of today, we've received 43 applications under the Test and Trace Support Payment Scheme. So the scheme's been running almost 4 weeks now. So it's a gradual uptake of the scheme. And as to date, we've paid 12 payments have been made. 7 of those have been made on the mandatory scheme and 5 under the discretionary scheme. As Margaret advised, we had enough funding for 23 under the discretionary scheme, so we've currently got enough to pay another 18. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for that. Was there any further questions or comments on this? No. We'll leave that one there. I think advice that's come through to me sort of electronically from Ellen is that we can again just vote sort of on this just for receipt. I don't think we need to do a roll call vote on this if everybody's happy to just indicate that we've received this notification of the decision.
Chair, could you clarify for me? Because I thought it was a decision that had already been taken, but the recommendation is that council adopts the government mandatory scheme. Now, we have adopted it, have we not?
So I think just for clarity,
am I missing something?
But the council is in. We have adopted it. The decision that's been taken by the chief executive means it has been adopted by the council because the chief exec's the decision maker. I'm seeing nods on the screen here, councillor.
That was my understanding. So why does the recommendation say that we adopt the scheme?
This was the recommendation.
We should be noting that it's happening under urgency powers or something of that wording. Am I missing something?
This is the pro forma council cap that went to the chief executive for her to approve. They're the recommendations for the chief exec, basically, under those as an urgent decision. So it's just the council's adopted it by the chief executive.
Yes, that's what I thought had happened. So we are noting.
So on the agenda,
it really should be then, for clarity, and it doesn't matter changing it, that the chief executive on behalf of the council adopts the government's mandatory scheme, just so that when we're looking at it in 2 years' time, we're not going, P&R approved that, how did it start before then?
I mean,
should say in future, I don't mean change anything now, but the chief executive on behalf of the council adopts the government's mandatory, and then it will be clear in the future when you're looking at it that it wasn't a committee decision.
All I would say is item 8 of the report, it does say decision of the CEO based on consultation, Stacey Billette, the recommendations are approved, so it does follow through the report. Although
I understand that, but when you're looking at it in 2 years' time, you won't be reading the whole of the report. You'll be looking at what was passed at the committee and what wasn't. If it said there in future, not for this urgency request, but that the chief executive is recommended when the officer puts it forward, it would then be clearer that it wasn't a committee decision.
Yeah, no, I get that, Councillor Clark, and if anyone is looking through this in 2 years' time, it's scrap paper for the new unitary authority, then yeah, hopefully they'll have it clear as to what decision was taken. But I do take your point. I think officers have taken that on board. But in terms of noting these recommendations, I think we're all happy to receive them.
It's all we can do, and I'm happy with it.
Excellent. Is anyone unhappy with that? No. Excellent. Okay, so we'll move on now to item 9, which is urgent business. There is an item of urgent business, and I'm going to deal with this at this juncture to keep things nice and tidy in terms of the exempt item at the end. So I'm going to take this one now, which is basically a request for spend on completion of the local government reorganisation, which I'll hand over, I think.
Sorry.
I was going to hand over to Louise Wood on this one.
Before you do that, Chair, you've taken this under urgency. When were you aware that this was going to be an urgent item?
Today.
So it isn't late coming to us this afternoon. You were completely unaware that this request would be coming to P&R today, until today.
Yeah, I was notified today of the report, and I think Louise can give some more details.
No, I'm asking when you were aware, because you're saying it's a matter of urgency. And if you read the papers prior to now, or looked at other councils, they have known of it for weeks, and therefore it is late rather than urgent coming through today. I can't see why it is urgency. I think maybe have to do it, but it really isn't urgent. It's just late.
I mean, I having had the conversation with the officer, Louise Wood, in the circumstances, I do deem this to be an urgent item. And I've got to hand over to Louise to give some more information to the committee, but I do deem it as chairman to be an urgent item.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, elected members. So the reason that we're asking you to consider this as an urgent paper is your P&R committee papers were issued prior to the council meeting that took place on the 5th of November. And clearly this paper is a consequence of that decision that was made at that time. So it has come to you as an urgent matter for that reason, because it was not able to be produced in time for your P&R papers. I do apologise that it is coming to you at this notice. We did try to ring round everybody today just to check that you had received all of the information and felt able to look at it this evening. So please accept my sincere apologies if this causes any difficulty to members of this committee.
Arnold
is now joining.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Louise. Do you want to just briefly introduce the request as well, and then members can ask questions?
Yes, of course. So the purpose of this report is to request the committee agree a budget of up to £49,000 to be used to develop the full proposals for local government reform on East-West lines, which must go before government by the 9th of December and which was voted at the meeting on the 5th of December. By way of background to this request then, elected members will remember from the extraordinary general meeting last week that at the start of this process, 7 district and borough councils put funds into a collective pot held by Scarborough Borough Council to cover costs associated with the development of the options appraisal and the outline case for change. That was what you saw on the 5th and voted upon, and that is now completed, that piece of work. So this then is to recommend that the 6 district and borough councils who have now voted to submit full proposals to government do the same again in order to share the costs required to bring full proposals to completion so that they may go before government on the 9th of December. At this stage, we don't know the exact cost that will be required to do this. we have an estimate, but we don't have an exact cost, because in the process of working this through, there may be things that require a cost to be incurred, which at this point we're unaware of. However, what we can say with confidence, and this is why we have put the figure to you that we have, is that Ryedale District Council's contribution will not exceed £49,000, and in fact we expect to be comfortably within that figure. So the recommendation here in the paper is to agree a budget of £49,000. That is a maximum. We may not and expect not to spend all of it, and to give authority to the Chief Executive Officer to allocate that budget as required for the purposes of bringing full proposals to government and in accordance with the rules of delegation.
Thank you, Louise, for that. I'll go to questions. I can see Councillor Burr, you've indicated you wish to ask a question. Sorry, Lindsay, you're on mute at the moment. Apologies.
Yes, thank you. What I would like to ask Louise is that, bearing in mind that we had a long discussion about York not really wanting to be involved with all this procedure, are they expected to contribute to the 49k? And are there any councils that have decided not to contribute? Have we had any discussions with all our partners regarding the East-West bid, and especially the ones that are going to be working on our, I'll call it an allocation, and how are they reacting to this? Or is it so late, has it been given to them so late in the day as it's been given to us so late in the day? Have you got no information about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burr, for that question. There's quite a lot of questions in there, so I'll do my best to answer them, but if I miss something, please come back to me and I'll try to answer it. So this process of drawing up the full proposals for government is being taken forward by the 6 district and borough councils that voted to submit proposals on East-West lines and provide those to government. So that is all the district and boroughs save Hamilton. That does not include York, so York are not being asked to make a contribution to the cost of these proposals. What I would also say is my understanding is that the other district and borough councils who are part of this process are content to contribute to the costs equally and fairly shared, as was previously the case. We have not yet made such a commitment because it's being brought before this committee today.
Thank you, Louise, for that. I'm not sure whose hand went up first. I think it may have been Councillor Ryedale, so I'll come to you, and then Councillor Andrews, and then Councillor Frank.
Thank you I just want to clarify, the meeting we talked about on the 5th of November, we were assured, I think twice, that the cost of the KPMG was 25,000, which is really, in actual fact, that's the cost to Ryedale, but the real cost for the group is 175,000. Am I right? No,
Shall I clarify those figures, Councillor, for you? So there were 7 district and borough councils that originally contributed 25,000 each to the common pot to be used for the purposes of bringing the options appraisal and the outline case for change to completion. The cost of KPMG's involvement, which was part of the costs and the main part of the costs that was paid for from that pot, was £130,000 plus VAT. There were then 2 other items that were charged to that collective pot. There was some public affairs work and some additional market research work. That totalled £25,215 plus VAT. So there is a question mark now, councillors, around how the VAT is going to be treated by Scarborough Borough Council. They are at this point in time, and I was in discussion with them only this afternoon, and there still wasn't a final answer at that point of it, as to whether VAT can be offset or whether it cannot. If it can, then there may be a small amount left in that pot. If it cannot, then clearly all of the original contributions that were put together have now been exhausted. That said, that pot of money was specifically for the purpose of bringing the outline proposals to fruition. And it was deliberately said that it was designated for that purpose because, of course, the intention was always that the outline proposals would go to democratic meetings across all the district and borough councils to be voted upon. And we couldn't predict what the outcome of those democratic meetings would be. So that budget was specific to those outline proposals. What we're now looking to do is to establish our contribution to the budget for the full proposals. And we're treating that as a separate phase, if you like, a separate project, if you like, because that was that necessary separation between those who were involved in taking the outline proposals to conclusion to a democratic meeting. And this is now a separate matter of how do we then take this forward to full proposals. And there is a different set of people, slightly different set of people involved in that.
Can I continue? May I continue?
So happy for you to ask a supplementary, Councillor Ryedale, yeah.
So can I ask that now? Yeah.
Sorry, please go ahead. Yeah.
So 175 is, my sums are correct. We're now facing a further 343,000 payment for the group of 7, which again, most of it will, I assume, go to KPMG. We were told on the 5th of November that we were stuck with a document that we'd paid 175 for, and we couldn't make any amendments because of legal grounds. I assume we won't be able to make any amendments when we spend another 343. And am I right in thinking, I know I'm right in thinking you've told me that York are not contributing. And what the KPMG document is saying that we will be grouped with York, and York will have 40% of the population of that group, and they're not contributing whatsoever, nor do they want to be part of it. So I just find we're throwing money down the spout.
So for the purpose of clarification, Councillor, if I may, we do not anticipate that this phase of work will cost as much money as 300,000. I don't have the... Yes, we do not anticipate that will be the case. So the budget, I think you've come to that budget by saying 49 times the number of councils in the process. Correct. However, we're asking you to put a budget of a maximum of 49,000. As I say in the report, we do not anticipate that we will need to spend that amount of money. I expect to come comfortably within that. I can't say exactly, as I said in the introduction, how much it will come to at the end, but my estimate would be in the region of £130,000. That is my best estimate at this point in time. As I say, there may be some unknowns. The reason we've asked for the budget that we have is to allow for unknowns if they should occur, but I do not expect that we would need to use the full 49, nor do I expect that we would be expending more than £300,000 on this phase of work.
Okay, thank you, Louise, for that. I'll go to Councillor Andrews next for your question.
Oops, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Andrews, but I've lost you.
Well, sorry about that. When we tasked KPMG with this task, did we actually get any quotes or estimates at how much this endeavour was going to cost?
Yeah, so I'm assuming you are talking about the first phase of work, so the outline proposals that were voted upon. So the process around that was that KPMG was commissioned through the Crown commissioning service framework. So basically, the framework is a way for us to call off people who have been pre-vetted for their skills and abilities on particular types of work and the value for money that they provide in doing that sort of work. Scarborough Borough Council did the commission on behalf of all the district borough councils involved at that time. And Scarborough Borough Council elected, given the timeframes involved, to make a direct award. So they'd already established by using that framework that KPMG provided value for money for this kind of consultancy. And they made a direct award to KPMG, although there were, I believe, over 30 people on the framework. They picked them because, first of all, they had recent experience having dealt with another council's local government reorganisation work, and also they had significant experience of local government that they felt we can use. So no, it was not a competitive tender, because by nature of making an award from a framework, that was not required.
That's fine, but my question was, did we have any numbers at how much this would cost, irrelevant of why we picked them? Was there a quote or an estimate?
Yeah.
So did anyone know that it was going to cost this much money before we set out on this endeavour?
Yeah. So Scarborough Borough Council dealt with the commissioning, so I wasn't directly involved in that myself, so my answer can only be partial, I'm afraid. But my understanding was that they had discussions in the process of the procurement of their services and gave indications of how much they would be charging. So we didn't go into it completely blind. However, I can't give you the details of exactly what was quoted and when, because I wasn't involved in that commissioning process, but I would be happy to find that information for you and circulate it to members if needed.
Okay, and just secondly, do we know how much York's both York and North Yorkshire County Councils, what they put into the government, how much they cost, and also if Hambleton has not decided to take this forward, so presumably, or they may not have a seat at the table, they would be still presumably within the West group. There won't be an island on their own if they choose not to. They chose not to go forward with it. So presumably, if Ryedale chose not to be at the table as such, but the bit like York, if we just step back from it and we put the proposal, let the others put the proposal in, we would still be within the east side if the government saw fit to split the county in two.
So at our council meeting, we did vote to take this forward. So that vote has been decided. That is the proposal that has gone into government in outline form. So the work now is not to put something different forward. The work now is to realise that proposal in full detail so that government has a proper choice to make between East-West model and the county model that we know has been submitted. In relation to the costs of that, then, my understanding is Hambleton has voted not to submit proposals, and therefore it does not have a seat at the table. Ryedale voted to submit proposals and therefore does have a seat at the table. I believe that Hambleton had previously indicated that it would support the first tranche of money in relation to taking proposals forward, and that they said it would honour that amount of money because that was what it had originally agreed to do. But just to go back to the previous point, no, York is not involved in pulling together these proposals or the costs of doing so.
And just the York and North Yorkshire ones, do we know how much they've spent on there?
So I'm afraid I don't know. That is obviously a matter for them. We haven't been involved in them pulling together their proposals. We do have some indications that money has clearly been spent, that some consultancy work has been done, for example, and some people have been tasked with particular types of work. That's our understanding, but of course we were not responsible for that process, so I'm afraid I don't have any information for you on that.
Okay, thanks for that, Louise. I'll go to Councillor Frank next for your question.
Yeah, do we know if to start with Scarborough are they procuring who does this next report for us? And do we know if they've asked anyone else other than KPMG if they've put it out to tender in any way, rather than just saying, oh, well, we'll hand KPMG another £50,000 of Ryedale's money, because I wasn't terribly impressed with the first report that KPMG did, and I would have liked to have seen someone else maybe looking over that report and going ahead with the next part of this. Is Scarborough doing the procurement, and have they asked anyone else or tried to procure any other company?
So yes, Scarborough is doing the procurement as they did before on behalf of the District and Borough Council, still in the process. I would stress that wherever possible, we are using our internal resources within the District and Borough Councils. Clearly we have expertise to bring to this. The Chief Executives have a group that is very heavily involved. They are each leading an implementation strand where they are trying to take the full proposals forward. So we're trying to do as much as we possibly can ourselves. Nevertheless, we do anticipate that there will be some additional support needed, because we are, as we were before, up against time. So the original proposals, the outline proposals, had to be produced quickly. And we now have, even though we've been thinking about it for a while, we still have a relatively short time frame to bring full proposals before government, and there is a lot of work to do. In answer to your question then, KPMG has been engaged to do some of this additional work, and I say some because as much as we can, we're doing ourselves. I believe that there was not an intent to go to anywhere else, because having built up the knowledge and understanding of the outline proposal, because they were involved in that process, I believe that the feeling was that it would not at this stage be sensible to go to another consultancy, because they would have very little time to play catch up on what had happened so far and then continue it forward. So there was a sense in employing KPMG for the senses of continuity as much as anything else, given the timeframes involved.
Okay, thank you, Louise. Was there any further questions? If not, we'll move into the debate.
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
Yes. Is this 49,000? If we've already spent the 25,000, wasn't that already budgeted before that? Is this an extra 49,000 budget, or does it include the 25,000 for which we didn't have a budget? And the North Yorkshire question, I have got an answer for it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So the 25,000 was, as I said before, for the purposes purely of bringing the options appraisal and outline case for change to fruition. This then is a request for an extra budget of up to 49,000. So I stress again that we're asking you to set a budget for that, because we're being prudent, and we have not the time now to come back to you if we got that figure wrong. So we're trying to be prudent with it. But as I said before, my expectation is that we will not spend all of that 49. So it is not our intention to spend it all because we've been given the budget for that. It's our intention to have the same conversations as we've been having all the way through with the other chief executives, to spend what we need to spend and no more than that. That could be up to 49, but my expectation is it will be significantly less than that. But it's extra to the 25, yes.
So it is extra to the 25. Thank you.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. We'll leave the questions there. So, Councillor Donny, do you wish to reduce? Was that a question or is that
a supplementary?
Sorry, you're too late, Councillor Clark. I did leave a window there. You can pick it up in the debate. In terms of the recommendations, I'm happy to move the recommendations that are in the report. I don't know if there's a seconder for that. Councillor Graham, thank you. So in terms of just introducing this to the committee, what I would say is that clearly we took a vote at full council, a conclusive vote, and I was pleased for the support that we got on that from across the council. Not all groups, but most groups, there was support there for the submission. And the reason for doing that, and the argument that I put forward, was so that we could continue working on the proposals, answering the issues, answering the questions that members had. And I recognise that members did have issues, did have questions that they wanted to be resolved. Clearly, if we don't submit funding to support this work, then the other councils who are submitting the funding and are putting their money where their mouth is are going to say, well, you know, that's not fair and that's not right. And it doesn't seem to make much sense to me to submit a proposal with a view to us shaping the piece of work and then for us not to then play a role in that by not contributing. And unfortunately, like everything in life, there is a cost implication to the work which needs to be done. What I would say to members from the discussions that I've had with other leaders and engagement with chief executives is that the first piece of work was very much KPMG, an options appraisal. We went out and we paid for them, somebody external and independent, to look at the best way of structuring local government. We had no preconceived idea, but we said, what is the best way of structuring local government in North Yorkshire based on the criteria that government are going to look at? And in effect, what they did was an options appraisal, and they came to a conclusion of east and west. What we now need to do is we need to use the information that has been devised by KPMG. We're not doing a KPMG report 2.0. It's not just simply a beefed up version of that. This is going to be getting into the implementation, how that might work in practice, in effect a blueprint for the new organisations. And obviously at council I made a commitment that there would be a session where members could engage, give their views and their feedback and ask any questions for those to be taken on board into the final piece of work. And I think it would be a great shame if we didn't contribute the funding that's been requested. I think it's a reasonable request by the chief executive and by Louise, and I think it's a request that we should say yes to. Otherwise, we can't make the strong case which we want to. And clearly, I think we have a duty and a responsibility as a council to do what we can now to ensure that we get the very best outcome for the future of local government. We only have one crack of the whip at this. We only have one opportunity. And if we abdicate our responsibility at this moment, it's too late. There's nothing we can do in 2 years' time when the decision is taken for us. We need to do the work now to ensure that we get the very best outcomes. And just one thing to remind members of, that the final submission date is the 9th of December. That's not been set by us, that's been set by the government. We have a very tight time window. And actually, what I think our chief executive needs and deserves, what I think I need and deserve, is the support from the council to really go forward into the discussions which we're having and the cooperation and the partnership work in which we've got with the other 5 districts and boroughs to really get the very best outcome that we possibly can in terms of a local government structure for the future. This is very much trying to convince the government, and we need to do that. Okay, so that's all I've got to say at the moment, but we'll wrap up in terms of the debate. We'll move now on to other contributions. Councillor Delaney.
Thank you, Chair. I think really I kind of echo a lot of what you said, that I do appreciate that some people don't particularly like the reorganisation, or they might not like the East-West model itself. But obviously this isn't about personal opinions, and I think most of us agree the time's probably not ideal. But we have an obligation to our residents, the Ryedale residents, to ensure that we shape this, and ultimately that we have a seat at the table and make this bid as strong as possible for the residents of Ryedale. So I think, unfortunately, we can't do the hokey-cokey and sort of jump in and then jump out, and one day we want to be involved and the next day we don't want to be involved. And we also can't sit back and be a free rider and expect everybody else to pay for it. As Councillor Duncan said, everything has a cost attributed to it. Everything has a cost associated with it. So I think it's important that we show that Ryedale is keen to be at the table. Ryedale is keen to stand up for its residents and get the best deal and shape this process. So I think we've obviously put the money forward already, the 25,000. I think we now need to follow the process through and have a firm commitment to that. And I think that's why we should support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Delaney. Again, I wasn't tracking the hands in the order that they went up in, but I'll go down the order on the screen, which is Councillor Burr first.
Thanks, Chairman. Well, I was really disappointed at the last meeting where we lost the vote, that we could have some really meaningful and important input from all our councillors. So that is really disappointing for me. And in order for us to work cross-party with this, I don't think it's very helpful for us to be moving forward. I've got a really bad feeling about this because, yes, I did vote for it because I didn't like the North York County Council proposal. However, the full facts weren't actually on the table about what was going to be needed and how that was going to be submitted, etc., and how we would have meaningful debate and discussion. And we were told it was illegal and we couldn't change anything. So that is really, really disappointing. But moving forward, it feels right at the very beginning that it's bad. It's a bad feeling. And it's a partnership that we're entering into, and we've got the major player, which obviously is York with its population, and they're just sitting back and they're actually saying, well, we aren't going to contribute to this. We'll just let everybody contribute. Now, I'm not sure how the Ryedale residents will feel about that. Councillor Duncan, you said that it's not fair and it's not right. And I actually do agree with you when you say that. It's not fair and it's not right. Well, that actually in turn is the same as it's not fair and it's not right that only some are putting the money in and some of the others aren't. And it's just about the misunderstanding. I won't say misleading, but I'll say the misunderstanding about how much money this is going to cost. And I find it unbelievable that we had no figures. And Councillor Andrews asked right at the very beginning, were we not given any figures? Were we not shown any figures? And I, as a councillor, don't think I've ever seen any figures as to how much it's actually going to cost each council. And in terms of managing our finances, I find that quite extraordinary that we're being asked for 25,000 that we might spend, but we don't think we will spend it all. That's what you said, Keane, at the last meeting. We don't think we'll spend it. But then now we're being asked for an additional £49,000 to move forward. So I just think that it's our duty and responsibility to really think hard and about how much money we are spending. And obviously York isn't going to contribute at all, which does concern me. So I am quite worried because there is a bad feeling at the start of something that was going to be quite positive.
Okay, Councillor Ryby.
Thank you. I don't want to, I really want to support the council as much as I can. But talking about being responsible to our electorate, then, I'm sorry, I just want to go on about this because the KPMG report, yeah, we've got to take it, you say. We're now into, my calculations, the group of us, 500,000. The government clearly said, in my memory, that they would only back a scheme or a proposal, which is what we're wanting to put in, if it had a full backing by all of the groups. And here we are. They didn't. Okay, well, I thought that they said, Kenrick said, they would only proceed if there was full support for something like this. We, with York and Ambleton, are not totally committed, obviously, now. They're not going to pay the second chip. 50% of us are not happy with the scheme we've got. And the rest of North Yorkshire are going on a different scheme. So we're a long, long way off having anything near unanimous sort of agreement. This is the way we want to go. And I just think you're not being responsible to your electorate. You're throwing £500,000 down KPMG's throat to give us something that will never, ever come to any fruition.
Okay, Councillor Mackenzie, you were next, and then Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Chair. At full council, we voted to submit this proposal because we saw the importance of Ryedale having a seat at the table and being able to help to shape this proposal. It's no less important now than it was on the 5th of November. And I do feel that we owe it to our residents that we are there talking, discussing, being part of that discussion. And we talk about this 49,000, which is again a maximum, compared to if this goes ahead and we look at the proposed savings to the council and therefore to our electorate, that 49,000 looks a very small figure indeed. So I think we need to look at the bigger picture, certainly for the people that elected us into office. Look at the KPMG report. The proposed savings over the years to come will make £49,000 look like nothing. So I urge us to support this. It's just as important now as it was when we sat down on the 5th of November and said we need a seat at the table. So I would urge people to support this and get on with it, because the time scale is very, very tight and we do need to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Frank, had you indicated?
Yes, I did, yeah. We're talking about this in an open forum and we're saying we'll put £49,000 up. I know if I was one of the directors of KPMG, I'd be listening to this and thinking, oh, well, we were going to say we'll charge them so and so much, but there's 49,000, so we'll just put our prices up a bit because that money's there on the table. That money's there. We shouldn't have been really discussing how much money. We should have been saying a sum of money, because the directors of KPMG will be saying, oh, well, we were going to do it for 20,000, but we'll do it for 40 now. There's 49,000 there on the table. They've allocated that money. We might as well have it. I think we really are being led by the nose a bit with this. It's all right saying that 49,000's a small figure, but actually it's a boatload of money, is 49,000. It's a lot of money to our taxpayers. And we won't necessarily get our devolution bid at the end of it. So we won't necessarily get any money back from that. We could lose out completely. We could lose out to another bid. It's all speculation. So what we're doing actually is speculating. We've already speculated £25,000, and now we're talking about speculating another £49,000. I think there's a lot of people in Ryedale will be wondering what all this money's been spent on, apart from a lot of words in a document that'll probably end up in a bottom drawer somewhere. I think that we ought to think long and hard about this, and
thank you, Councillor Frank.
We ought to think long and hard about it. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frank. I think as long as it's in the next sort of 10 minutes or so, because we have to make a decision this evening. So we'll go around the rest of the people who wish to speak, but we do have to make a decision tonight. Councillor Andrews, you are next.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I know, I think Councillor Delaney said, I know some of the councillors didn't like the proposal we had on the table to put the KPGM report to the government on the 9th of November. I didn't dislike it, but what I did dislike was the fact that we couldn't amend it to get our foot in the door very early on to say that we wanted some localism in there. And I know we had the legal representative say that we couldn't amend that. I've still not seen anything written about the legal reason why not, just so I could, get to grips with that. And Councillor Mackenzie says that it's peanuts, that sort of money in comparison to the savings that we'll make. Absolutely. I mean, the savings we will make, that is the whole point, I think, of this exercise, so that we don't have the 7, 8 chief executives, the legal teams, etc. But the North Yorkshire County Council, although I've not had a real good look at that bid, stays the same. The savings are still there. With this one, the reorganisation over the, however long it's going to take, is going to be many, many millions of pounds to do. So, looking at the costings over this, this is the one that is going to cost the money to do. I just wanted to set the record straight that I didn't have a problem with necessarily putting the first application in, but I didn't like the lack of transparency and the lack of democracy, because as Councillor Ryedale had mentioned earlier, we couldn't amend that, and we possibly couldn't amend the other. We certainly can't amend this next one because it isn't actually coming to us to do anything with. The report is being put together by KPMG with the Chief Executive and going straight to the government. As far as having a public meeting where the public can look and join in to look at what we're discussing, that isn't going to happen. So there won't be any amendments to put forward because we ain't having a meeting on it. And that's what I didn't like about this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. I was just going to check people on the phone. Councillor Arnold, are you on the phone at the moment? I can see there's now 2 phone people, that's all, and Steve's disappeared. I just wanted to check you were still
It is Councillor Arnold, Chair. It is, yeah.
Excellent. No, that's great. Okay, thank you. Was there anyone, just before I go to Councillor Graham, anyone on the phone wish to speak?
Yes, please, Chair.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. This is an unbelievable situation. We haven't had anything as wasteful as this since the days of IEASY, when everybody said, oh, yes, we'll go with this, it's wonderful. And as soon as you asked for any detail of any numbers, you didn't get them. And this is exactly the same as this. We're paying 75,000, bracket up to, for something we may not agree with. North Yorkshire, a mega council, spent 60,000 on each report. And the Giga Council of 6 districts put together is looking to spend 475,000. Not a good advert for local councils. And if we're talking about what our residents think, they don't know why or what we've done with 25,000, and to be spending another 50,000 from Ryedale is just, without any democratic vote, their voice on the council having no democratic decision. And we've been told in 6.4 that it will be equally divided among the councils. And we've been told in the officer's report that this 49,000 is extra. Councillor Mackenzie says this will get us a seat at the table. But we're buying a box. Why are we putting in, as a council, not knowing what we're going to get, not knowing what is going to be on the stage that we're buying this box for? When Richmond Council this week, Richmondshire Council this week, put 15,000, not 49, into the pot. We are being taken for suckers. And it's not the councillors that have been taken for suckers, it's the people of Ryedale that have been taken for suckers. And bluntly, it's a disgrace, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll go to Councillor Graham next.
Thank you, Chair. I was absolutely amazed when I heard Councillor Burr imply that she didn't realise that reorganisation was going to cost money and hadn't been given figures. We are moving with a figure in mind in which we hope that we will be inside and not go over it. And to say that York is in a better position than we are because they won't take part and they haven't paid any money is ridiculous, because York will be railroaded. They won't be left with the status quo. They will have no say in their future. Their residents will be betrayed and they will just have to do as they're told by the government. I wouldn't like to see this area be in the same position. And we've got councillors here who have been councillors in local politics for a good many years. And I'm really astonished to hear some of the views that are coming out now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Downs, your hand back up. You have spoken once already, so I'm going to just leave you to it and lower your hand, if that's all right. Okay, right. I think everyone's had a chance to speak. The only person I was going to check in, Councillor Arnold, you're on the phone. You have to press *6 if you wish to speak. I don't know if you do wish to speak, but just in case you do, that's what you need to do. Because I can see you are muted. Nothing's happening there, so we're going to go to the vote shortly. So hopefully someone can assist Councillor Arnold with technology. I'm going to sum up the debate before we move into the vote. Only to say, picking up on some of the comments that have been raised, Councillor Burr was talking about meaningful and important input. Yes, we need that. Absolutely, we definitely need that. It was mentioned about that changes to the KPMG report weren't possible. They weren't, because that was KPMG's piece of work, which was an options appraisal. Now is the area and the time and the opportunity that we've got to really shape the process which we're going to go through for the new councils which we are proposing. It's mentioned about York, and a lot was mentioned about York and the fact that they want to stay as they are. One thing that needs urgent clarification, I thought I'd made this clear at full council, is that no one council can veto this process. You have got Hambleton that have adopted the approach of sticking their head in the sand and hoping for the best. You've got York, again, with a similar mentality. We want to stay as we are, stick our head in the sand and hope for the best. You've got the county proposal, which has been advocated by one authority, which is North Yorkshire County Council, indirect support from City of York as well. You've got this proposal, the East and the West proposal, which is the only other one on the table, which has got support from a submission from 6 out of 9 local authorities in York and North Yorkshire. No other proposal has that level of support from individual local authorities. And I think it's just worth really emphasising that point, that no one council can veto, because if that was the case, then this wouldn't be happening, because there is no option which every council would agree to. Picking up on the comments from Councillor Ryedale as well, unanimous agreement is not needed. The government can compel. I think I've made that clear. Councillor Frank was talking about £49,000, and Councillor Clark mentioned about Richmondshire's request for 15. I haven't seen their documentation, but all I would say is that this is an up to amount, and clearly this is a moving picture at fast pace. And our officers are trying to give us the very best estimates that they possibly can, but clearly that is difficult when you are working against the timetable that's been set by government, which we can't do anything about, unfortunately, and we have to work within it. Mention about us leading by the nose and speculation from Councillor Frank. Again, this is happening and it's going to happen, and we can sit and do nothing, or we can try and do something. I believe that we should do something. There is only one window of opportunity to do it, and it is now. The figure of £49,000 is an up to amount. KPMG's, they're doing specialist work at the moment in terms of children's services, public health, adult social care. This is not us writing a cheque for £49,000 to KPMG. There are other elements to this work which are ongoing. One element of that is engaging with the public. Councillor Rain at full council and others made very clearly their views that we need to engage with the public. We need to let the public know what's going on. And one thing I can say, as someone who has probably done more engagement than other members of the council by virtue of my position as leader, is that lots of people are astounded this is happening, and yet they haven't heard anything about it. And that's not our fault, and that's not the county council's fault, and it's not the government's fault. It's simply that actually there's a lot going on in the world at the moment, and we need to get that message out there. Councillor Andrews made the point there about localism, democracy, transparency, not being able to amend the report. Again, the KPMG report, you couldn't amend that. That was KPMG's property, and it was, being commissioned jointly by the councils. We were all taking the same thing through. But the localism element, I need to make this clear again. There is going to be a model for localism in our case for change, the final case for change. How we're going to work with town and parish councils, area committee structures. I strongly advocate, as I believe Councillor Clark does as well, that we should have a strong area committee for the current footprint of Ryedale that fits into the new structure. The same for Scarborough, the same for York, the same for Selby in the Eastern model. But these are all things which KPMG was not tasked to do, because that can apply to any model in effect. KPMG was an options appraisal of how things might work and the best structure. Now is our opportunity to do the things which people have mentioned. Now is the opportunity for us to take those forward. Councillor Clark mentioned about no democratic decision. We made a democratic decision at full council. We're going to make a democratic decision this evening, which I have to say, yes, it is putting faith and putting trust in our officers, our chief exec, and to a certain degree myself, with engagement with other leaders to get this right. And actually, I think we've got no option but to do that. And I would just like to say that, again, going back to Matt, I think my main point here is, if we don't submit this funding, we play no further role in this process, and we can't make the strong and powerful case which I think we've got. And I think there is consensus across the council that this is the preferred option for reorganisation. And therefore, if we want to give it the best chance of success, we need to make the strongest possible case that we can to government. Not to do so is really selling ourselves short, and is selling our residents short, and it's the wrong thing to do. So I do strongly believe that actually this is a modest request for funding, a reasonable request for funding, an up to amount, and I feel we have no option but to agree to the request. And I hope that members can support it, because not to do so means we're denying ourselves the opportunity to play a further role in the process. I'm going to go to the vote right now.
Chair, before you do so, can I just highlight, we think that Councillor Arnold has told us he has technical difficulties. Could we just check that Councillor Arnold is on the phone? If not, we may have to ask Councillor Arnold to send an email vote, because we can't seem to get through on the phone, as we did on the council meeting.
I think I'm on now.
Great, thank you.
You're right, Steve. Steve, did you wish to speak? I'm deviating slightly from the process, but I could see you were still muted.
I just think too many people are burying their hands in the sands and can't see the hands in front of their face, because they're going to miss out completely, and the residents of this district will be very sore. And that's all I want to say, and I just want to vote.
I think, well said, Stephen. What we're wasting our time discussing just there, you've said it so beautifully. Okay, we'll move to the vote. I'll ask Ellen to go through a roll call on this one, so please listen out for your name, unmute yourself, and for, against, abstain.
Councillor Andrews.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
I'm sorry, I had to get in on the phone. It cut me off on the camera, so I've just got back on. So sorry about that. And against.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Burr.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
And Councillor Ryby.
Against.
Okay, that's five votes for, 5 votes against, I believe, Ellen?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, so Chairman's casting vote is that the recommendations are approved. Okay, that's the urgent item that's been dealt with. We now move on to the Part A items. The first item, item 10, the 2019-20 Statement of Accounts, pages 21 to 180. So it's a fair old wedge of a report that Anton is presenting. I'll hand over to Anton now to introduce the report and take questions.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me? Just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Okay. So what I'm asking you to do this evening is to approve the annual accounts. This is a process that happens every year. And the way we work is that Policy and Resources actually approve the accounts after they have been audited and have been through audit committee, as happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I don't want to go into great detail about these accounts, other than to highlight 2 or 3 issues. Firstly, that at the audit committee, and you'll be able to see that on the video, which is still on the website, the external auditor did speak at some length about some of the findings, some of the issues, and I'm pleased to say this year that the council has been given a clean bill of health, both for the accounts themselves and also for value for money. Now, some of you remember last year we didn't quite hit the value for money because the changes that we were incorporating into financial governance had only started or only had taken place halfway through the previous year. And they'd said that had we got those embedded, then they would be at the future able to give us a clean bill of health, and that's happened. So that's really all I want to say, other than an important point that the auditors have until the end of this month, the end of November, to actually finalise any final adjustments and suggestions they want to give us. So they do have a couple of weeks left to do that. They've told me that they're not expecting to make anything material. It'll probably be presentational. But on that basis, I'd like to suggest, if I can, Chair, what we often end up doing at this stage, while we still have a few days before the auditors can sign them off, which is that to suggest that the committee approves the accounts, but also to agree that delegated authority is given to myself in consultation with the chair of the committee to approve any further non-material adjustments. So I say they will be largely presentational, if there are any at all. And actually, I'm not expecting anything, but I'd like to say this just to cover us. So I'd like to just add that as a kind of byline to the recommendation.
We can pick that up, Anton, when we move the recommendations. Happy to do that.
So that's it really. That's all I want to say. Happy to answer any question. But as I emphasise, these have been through audit committee. We did have quite a lengthy discussion and presentation from the external auditor on them, and audit committee approved as well.
And just remind us, Anton, before we move to questions, the time frame that this is operating over, the statement of accounts.
So this is the last financial year, so that's 2019-20.
Yeah. So the COVID situation, it's not really reflected in this statement, is it? Because it's before that period of time.
That's correct. Since audit committee, there's been a couple of small adjustments. The auditors have asked us to include a couple of tables that show in detail our land and buildings. And they've also, in our accounts, because we have to look forward to things that might be an issue, we have mentioned that COVID is an issue that will cost us in this current financial year. And we've updated that just as time goes on. But it is the last financial year.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, Anton, for that. I'll open it up. Any questions? Bearing in mind, it's a statement of accounts for the previous year, statement of fact, in essence, from the auditors. Okay, I don't think there's anybody indicating there in terms of questions. So what I'm going to do is I'll move the recommendations as listed on page 21, but with the addition of that caveat in terms of any final last minute adjustments that may need to be agreed by Anton in consultation with myself as chairman of the committee. Does anyone wish to speak on this item before we go to the vote?
Yes, please, Chair.
So, Councillor Clark.
There are two minor amendments to the annual governance statement, and thank you for Anton, because they were raised in the audit committee. But we've got now in a reference to equality and diversity, which is good. But unfortunately, we haven't got a way of measuring it or a target date. And the scrutiny committee looked at the local government equality framework. It's the LGA's document, Equality Framework for Local Government. And I'd like to propose that that is put in underneath the reference to that we work to that, and that we draw up an action plan to deliver bronze level, which is the low, no, it's not bronze level, it's developing level for that by the 31st of March 21. It's not achieving it, but it's getting an action plan to show what we are doing against a deadline. That's one amendment, Chair. I think it's non-controversial. It fits in with what we were doing. It fits in with what we found. And it's just giving it a deadline to go to rather than leaving it woolly and therefore might happen at some point or might not. And then the next one, and you could take them as two amendments, I would have thought, Chair, but I'll give you it whilst I've got the floor. Development including review of previous biodiversity action plan. Absolutely superb, but can we have a target date of the 31st of March 21 for that rather than it be left blank? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, can you just, is there any page references to the document where it's referenced already?
Yes, there is. I'll go to the one I'm just at because in reading terms I'm unbelievably slow at the moment. Let's do the biodiversity action plan. That's on page 122 in the annual. It's in the annual governance statement, but it's page 122 in our papers.
Okay, thank you. And is there a reference to the?
Can we move that one first? I don't have to move back, Chair. Will you mind? Can we do it as two separate amendments?
Okay, so page 120.
Biodiversity action plan. All I'm asking for is we do what it says in the paperwork, including a review of the previous biodiversity action plan, and it hasn't seen the light of day for 7 or 8 years. And therefore I'm suggesting that we do this review by the 31st of March 21, the latest date this covers. And if we don't get there by then, at least in next year's annual governance statement, we will get a report and a new date for achieving it by.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Do you have a seconder for that amendment?
I hope so, Chair. Try Councillor Andrews.
Councillor Andrews, I'm taking that seconder. Yeah, thank you. Okay, just before we move into a debate and discussion of this, I just wanted to ask a question on this to Anton, which is around, Chloe, is this our report, the annual government statement, Anton? Is this something which we produce as a council, or is it something which, is it possible to amend this document?
Yes, Chair, it is our document. It has been commented on by the external auditors. Now, certainly one of those, we did actually initially have a date in for the end of March next year, but the external auditor's advice was to put that as ongoing because it was unlikely that we would achieve everything because of COVID by the end of March, given that we're now in November. So that did change due to the external auditor's advice, actually. But we did initially have it. It is our document.
Yeah, thank you, Anton, for that. We'll move into the debate if there is. Councillor Andrews, did you wish to speak? A seconder.
Sorry, it just takes a while. Every time I press *6, it tells me what it says I'm unmuted, and then it takes a while to get in.
Don't worry.
No, I'm fine for the moment, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this? No. Okay. Just sort of coming to myself. In terms of
are you answering the debate with this, Chair?
Answering the debate, yes.
In which case, can I have the right to reply? Because I missed out on this earlier, if you recall. Basically, I'd rather have, in all management things, a deadline, a target that if you don't achieve, you're better off having it there and not achieving it, rather than because of the pressures, it goes, oh, well, we don't have a deadline for that. It can be ongoing. And on that basis, I'm suggesting we put a date in there. We could put a date beyond the end of the year, but it's just, I thought, tidier to put in the 31st of March. And then in next year, if we haven't done it, and COVID's the weight it is, and unitaries gets even heavier, etc., we'll understand, but at least there will be a date there and it won't slip off as an ongoing and nothing gets done.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. Just in terms of, obviously, I picked up on Anton's comment there that obviously this was slightly amended to reflect the views of the auditors, and clearly, in many ways, it's an irrelevance what's in that column as to the target date. One thing that I think is important to point out, though, is that clearly we can't set target dates and then beat officers over the head for not achieving things by that target date. And actually, having looked at the report, most, if not all of these things in this report, including financial sustainability, council plan and others, are all ongoing. And in many ways, I do see it as a slight irrelevance to have a target date column if everything's ongoing, if that makes sense. So, I mean, in many ways, I've got no real strong views, unless the officer team have strong objections otherwise as to something which they think is unworkable. But I mean, I think we're happy to. Given it's been proposed and second, I'm happy to go to the vote. But if the other amendment, Councillor Clark, is similar in terms of changing ongoing to an estimated completion date or a target completion date, I'm also happy for us just to roll those two into one, if you're happy with that.
I'd prefer them to be done as separate votes, Chair, because we haven't yet debated the equality and diversity one. But very simply, nothing has. All the other things that are ongoing have been worked on in the last year. The COVID thing since February, March, whatever. All the others have been worked on. This is one of the policies that has sat as a council policy with nothing happening to it for 7 years. And I'd hate it to be another 7 months before it isn't. And that's the reason for the date on that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Clark. We will go to the vote on this one. So, again, I mean, I'm sensing broad agreement. Does anyone wish Ellen to go and do a roll call, or can we all indicate? Are we all happy to indicate?
I'm happy,
okay.
Chair.
So, excellent. So all those in favour, sort of please indicate, please show. Yeah. Okay. All those against? Are there any against? Please say if you are. Any abstentions? No, I've got that as unanimous. Is that correct? Please tell me if that's not correct. Okay. Do you want to go with the next one, Councillor Clark?
I'm a little nervous, Chair, after that success. Yes, it says on page 117, and thank you for the time to find it. This also includes HR policies and procedures, review and approval, including equality and diversity. The scrutiny committee looked into this, and it hasn't had the time since, and probably won't be able to in the next short term look into it. But we found the local government document, the LGA document, called the Equality Framework for Local Government. And it has 3 levels, if my memory serves me right: gold, silver, and developing. At the moment, this council, in that very, particularly in this year, it has been highlighted all over the place. BAME issues, equality in pay, etc. Anti-Semitism, there's a whole string of things that have hit the top of the agenda this year, and to not have anything down in that specific direction, and it's the same idea of having a target, and if we haven't got there, nobody's going to complain, but if we haven't got a specific target and something happens, then it looks as though we're just reviewing a policy on it. And therefore, I'd like to propose that underneath that, in terms of, and I'm just looking, it says action proposal, so it'll be in that column, and it says it would say action plan towards developing level for the Equality Framework for Local Government. So it's not, although we're going to put a date, I'm going to propose a date on it, it's not actually saying anything other than draw up an action plan and start looking at it. And the date I put for that is the same one as the 31st of March, so that it comes back next year. I'd be staggered if that was achieved by next March. But ongoing, as it is another policy that sat there gathering dust for 10 years. In fact, as we're late in the 10th year, it's probably into the 11th year now, and it hasn't been reviewed in 11 years, that policy.
Okay, thank you.
Do something.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm going to take Councillor Andrews as your seconder, unless she wants to.
Unless she's kicking and squealing, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to take Councillor Andrews as that being seconded. I see you've indicated Councillor Delaney. I was just going to ask Anton, can I just check? I think, given that we are in committee, I think it's useful to use this opportunity just to see understand from you the implications of that and the feasibility of it too, which certainly I would want to know before taking a position or a view. And I'll also bring in Louise, I think, as the Equalities champion for the staff.
Yeah, I mean, my view, and I'll hand over to Louise as well. It's just about the difficulty of achieving this by next March. So I suppose it's what's the expectation that members will see at that stage. But say, Louise, I think Louise may have a view.
Yeah, I'll hand over to Louise. Yeah.
I do have a view. I welcome Councillor Clark's comments around the framework that he has spoken of, because yes, indeed, I have actually started to look at that, and I believe that despite all of the complications and workload of COVID and other things, that his proposed dates to get to an action plan for the developing level are achievable, and I would be happy to take that forward on behalf of this council.
I misheard, Chair. Did Louise say achievable or unachievable?
I said achievable, Councillor Clark.
There's a big difference, and I couldn't hear it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Delaney, did you still wish to speak, or are you?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was just before we have a vote, can Councillor Clark just clarify exactly what it is that he's proposing? Because I know he's discussed it in great detail. I just want to make sure exactly the terms that he was referring to. Is that okay, Chair?
I'm happy, Councillor. Do you just want to, for clarity, Ellen, have you got this down? What Councillor Clark was proposing by way of amendment?
I have, yeah. If it would help, I can go through.
I had no doubts, Ellen, that you got it sorted. But yeah, if you could do, please, just for the request for clarity there from Councillor Delaney. So I think it'd be useful.
Yeah. So on page 117, in the action proposed column, it would be to add an action plan towards developing level for the equalities framework for local government, and then there would be a target date of the 31st of March 2021.
Yeah, thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Delaney? Yeah. Okay, I think, does anyone wish to speak on this, or we can go to the vote? I think everyone seems happy. I think happy to support this, Councillor Clark, and let it never be said that you can't contribute to the workings of the council, even if it is adding a date in and an action plan point which is already underway by our officers. But I'm happy to support the inclusion of your amendments, and we'll go to the vote now. Again, I don't think we need a roll call unless anybody is desperate for us to have one. I'm sensing broad agreement yet again on this. If we can all indicate that we're in favour, please.
Okay.
Got to everybody, and Steve, and I'm assuming, John, you're in favour of your own, and Councillor Andrews as well, a seconder, is in favour. Okay, so those two amendments have passed, and they've been taken on board into that. So we're back now to the recommendations that were originally proposed and seconded. Unless anyone has anything they really do wish to say on this, I'm going to propose that we move to the vote.
Will you need an as amended in those recommendations or something, Chair?
Sorry, the recommendations as amended, Councillor Clark. Yeah.
Thank you.
They're monumental. I don't want them to be forgotten.
Oh no, I realise they're monumental.
They will definitely be in there. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. I haven't got a seconder down for this one. Can I just check who that was, please?
Apologies.
I'll second it,
someone who wishes to second. Councillor Clark.
I'll second it, Chair.
We raced through there. So we'll move to the vote again. I don't think we need a roll call on this one. Again, sensing the broad agreement. Is everybody happy? Please indicate all the votes in favour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Burr, are you? There we go. Yeah, excellent. I think that's unanimous again. If anyone isn't, please do let me know. Ellen's got that down. Excellent. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 11, HR policy revision, capability and disciplinary policy, starting on page 181 through 200. Just bear with me while we get to the page. So you can see, I think this is a little bit of blurb on this one before I ask the officer to introduce and take any further questions that we might have. This may look familiar to members, and the reason for that is that we discussed it at the last meeting of P&R, and it was picked up by Overview and Scrutiny Committee about the implications that the decision which we had taken had, which was in effect that the appeals process had, I think, fundamentally changed. Once this had been pointed out to me, and I think to others, we thought that this was a fundamental change, and therefore I've requested that it came back to P&R for further consideration and reflection upon that. There has been various discussions at full council level about the appeals procedure, and I think, as far as I'm aware, I've never heard anyone advocate that we should change that procedure, that should stay as it is. So I'll hand over now to the relevant officer, and apologies, I'm not sure exactly who is introducing this. Is it Emma?
Chair, before you do this, a point of order. I thought this was Councillor Andrews' role on this committee, and I don't want to usurp her position. I think the fact that it was picked up by Overview and Scrutiny was picked up by one observer from Overview and Scrutiny, not a member of your committee. I believe that HR policies, and with more to come, are so important that they ought to be seen by full council. I have no disagreement with any of the ones that I've got now, but I'm not going to spot everything that happens, and our staff and their treatment and their terms and conditions and everything else that goes through HR policies is so important that I believe it should go to full council. I would expect in 19 out of 20 times it would, in full council, be nodded at. But 30 councillors looking at it and being aware of it is better than 10 or 20 if scrutiny gets involved, as it did in one policy. It's better for all 30 councillors to be involved and to see them and to be aware of them. And on that basis, and I'll try and sound like Councillor Andrews, can we have this as a Part B item? Because later on this agenda, the HR issues are in Part B, and therefore the whole suite of them could go to full council.
No, thank you, Councillor Carter. That is what I will do is once Emma's given the introduction, once we've asked our questions and we move and something's been moved and seconded, I will ask you if you still and one of the questions may be about this being a Part A, which we may get some further information from Emma. Once we're at that point, obviously, if you still feel that there should be a Part B item, you can move that it is dealt with as a Part B. Thank you. Emma, I'll ask you to just briefly introduce this and just sort of the adjustments that have been made to reflect the process that we've gone through. I'll hand over to you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So yeah, as you rightly point out, this initially came to P&R on the 24th of September with amendments that had been made to the policy in terms of making what we believe to be a more robust process. The policy writers and report authors were not aware of the changes to this being, detrimental at the time, and the changes that were made were done in good faith. As a result of the issues that have been pointed out, that we've changed, you'll see in sections, it's paragraph 7.2 on the capability policy, which so it refers to it on page 182 of the documents that you've got, and on the disciplinary policy, paragraph 12.3 has been changed back to read as it read before, that appeals against dismissals will be heard by the appeals panel of the Policy and Resources Committee. So they both mirror each other because obviously they are appeals against dismissals. So that's the change that's been made on this particular item, hence it being a Part A.
Thank you, Emma. So just to confirm there that there is no fundamental change to the policy, it's a revision, and therefore that's why it's listed as a Part A.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay. Well, now, any questions for Emma? I think that was a comprehensive and good summary of what's been quite a complicated process. Any questions at all? No.
Just the one, Chair. Just the one. Have the officers got any problem with this going to full council?
The issue being that it delays the process because of obviously the committee dates. It means that if we do get something passed by one committee, we then often have a significant delay before the next committee meeting. So we can't start to embed policies. We're already in a situation where a number of the policies are significantly out of date, don't meet legislative requirements. And so actually there is a need really to have all policies in place as soon as possible so that we can embed them and start to move the organisation forward in a robust way.
I'm very happy with that answer, Chair. However, in this case, if it had been a Part B item, as Councillor Andrews suggested last time, it would have been sorted out at the last full council, not have to wait longer to come to P&R. So sometimes it will be quicker, sometimes it will be slower, but it's only going to make a few weeks between P&R and full council at worst.
Councillor Clark, I'm not sure if I'm recollecting the timeline in the same way that you are, in that, as far as I'm aware, the recommendations from the last meeting of P&R have still not gone to council because the next date of council is December the 3rd.
You may be right.
So in effect, we're in the same position regards to what's happened. Although, admittedly, and I do agree with you, it would have been better to us to get it right in the first place. And we all have to collectively hold our hands up and say we didn't quite understand the implications of what the decision was. And I think we have to accept that in this circumstance. All I would say, and again, and we're still with questions here, but all I would say is that if things are Part A, they should stay as Part A in my view. I'm looking at the agenda. There's around 20 items on here tonight, and we've got the recommendations from the last meeting of P&R. And as we know, full council meetings are difficult the rest of the times, and they're going to be even more difficult as a result of some of the technical issues that we may well envisage. That doesn't mean cutting corners, absolutely not. But it does mean that if things can be dealt with by committee, they should be dealt with in the same way.
I agree with that totally, Chair, but you have got two HR policies tonight that are in Part B, And I think the principle of HR being so important, and I'm very grateful, Emma, this is not a criticism in the jot. A lot of our policies needed reviewing many years ago. And on that basis, I'm very grateful for what you've done with this lot. But I think Council should be aware.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, for that. We will pick this up shortly. Is there any further questions at all? I think we've exhausted the questions there. I'm going to move the recommendation, which is that the revised policies are agreed for implementation. I don't know if there's a second for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Delaney just got in there first, Councillor Arnold. But thank you. Yes. So we're now into, just in summary, I think we've heard the blurb there. We know where we're at with this. Councillor Clark, you've indicated you wish to move an amendment. I'm happy for you to do so on the Part B.
Thank you, Chair. I move that all HR policies, but as we've got this one here, it could become an approach later on. So therefore, I move that this item, along with the two further down the agenda, are referred to full council.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, have you got a seconder for that?
If Councillor Andrews doesn't second it after all her requests for Part B items over the years, then I don't know who will be.
Yes, I will second that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's sorted. I don't think we need to have necessarily a long debate on this. Does anyone wish to speak at all?
I have nothing further to say, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. All I would say on this is very strongly that where there are amendments and revisions to policies, they are appropriately Part A, and that's why officers have listed them as Part A. And I think we should try to be, we should try and use our steering delegation as appropriately as possible, and there's a reason for that. In terms of the Part Bs that are coming later, in terms of HR policies, my understanding is they are brand new policies, significant changes, and that's why they're going as Part B items to Council. So my strong view is that we don't support the amendment and that this stays as a Part A, and that the recommendation stands that we agree for implementation without them going to Council as a Part B item. Okay, we'll move to the vote on this one. I'm sensing that we may well need a roll call, so we can, Ellen, if you're standing by.
Yeah, absolutely.
What am I voting on, please?
This is the amendment.
Good evening, Steve.
This goes
I've been listening, but I can only half hear on the phone.
So this is an amendment, Steve, that goes as a Part B item to Council and not be decided by committee tonight as a Part A.
Right.
Okay. So we'll go to the vote. Ellen, if you want to just kick off, and we'll all say our votes.
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Arnold.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
I think that was a 4, just doing lip reading of Lindsay there, but just so we've got it.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Delaney.
Against.
Councillor Duncan.
Against.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Graham.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Okay, so I think I'm saying, sorry, I apologise, Councillor Ivey.
Sorry, 4.
Okay, I'd predicted the outcome in my head anyway, which I think I'm right in saying now is 5 votes for, 5 votes against. So my chairman's casting vote is against the amendment, and the amendment doesn't pass. We'll now go back to the recommendation that's been proposed and seconded.
I predicted your casting vote as well, Chair.
Yeah, a bit of real visionary there, psychic powers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're now going to the vote on the main recommendation as originally proposed and seconded. The revised policies are agreed for implementation. Do we need a roll call on this? Are we all in agreement? Okay. Well, Councillor Ellen, do you wish to do the roll call, please?
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Burr.
4.
Councillor Clark.
4.
Councillor Delaney.
4.
Councillor Duncan.
4.
Councillor Frank.
4.
Councillor Graham.
4.
Councillor Mackenzie.
4.
And Councillor Ryby.
4.
Sorry, Councillor Clark, I've misinterpreted what you were saying there. I thought you were saying that you weren't in agreement and that we did need a roll call. So my psychic abilities have been quite as effective on that one. Apologies. So that's the recommendation is the revised policies have been agreed for implementation. That's that one dealt with. Can I just appeal to members that we are at the moment on item 12 and we've got 23 items in total on the agenda, which is clearly a lot of items. If we can move forward, I don't want to stifle the debate, but if we can keep moving, that will be gratefully appreciated. And also with our officer colleagues as well. Introductions, please keep succinct. Item 12, removal of restriction on sale of property, page 201 to 204. I'll ask Philip to introduce this item.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll try and keep this as brief as I possibly can. The purpose of the report is to clarify the guidance and processes around the council use of Section 157 restrictions. I thought that most members would probably be fairly familiar with Section 157s, but for any members that are not, what they do is give the council the ability to actually restrict the sale of ex-council homes to people either within designated areas, people who've lived in those areas lived or worked in those areas for a period of 3 years prior to sale. There are 2 recommendations in the report. Recommendation 1 is that some revised wording is agreed by committee with regard to Section 157 guidance. And recommendation 2 is that we agree, or you agree, a decision-making process in terms of further applications from tenants or owners of properties with regard to any request to actually remove restrictions going forward. Very briefly, the background to this particular paper and case is a complaint that was received by the council earlier in the year from the owner of an ex-RDC property who was seeking to have a Section 157 restriction removed on their property. There was a very thorough investigation which was undertaken into that particular complaint, and during the course of the investigation it became apparent there was some inconsistency in the council's current guidance with regard to Section 157s. So we're seeking to actually tidy up the guidance, and the revised and proposed tidied guidance is at Section 6.4, and you can see the highlighted wording there. Effectively, we're seeking consent to include the words "in exceptional circumstances" to the guidance. And as I mentioned, the second recommendation is we are seeking to agree a process through which future applications for 157 restrictions to be lifted can be agreed, and seeking delegated authority to myself in consultation with the chair of the P&R committee. Final point to make really is that there needs to be a decision on the original complaint which actually stimulated the investigation, and that decision on the complaint will be made subject to any decision that's made by committee this evening. So probably by way of introduction, Chair, that's all I want to say at this stage.
Yeah, thank you, Philip, for that, and that's a good overview. There is now the opportunity for questions. I do have one question, first of all, Philip. I was going to call you Councillor Spur then, Philip. I don't wish that upon you. Is how many of these Section 157 restrictions are actually in place in Ryedale? Do we have a rough estimate at all?
Unfortunately, Chair, we don't have a rough estimate of that. And one of the reasons we don't have a rough estimate is obviously the council sold off its ex-homes back in, I think, 1991 predominantly. They went to different registered providers, so unfortunately we don't have that data at this moment in time, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you, Philip. Councillor Bird, did you have a question?
Yes, am I unmuted? I think I am. Yes, if I could just ask, and forgive me if I've missed this, it says all except Malton, Norton, East and West. Why actually is that, Philip?
Right. Basically, Section 157s can be put in place in designated geographic areas, and those are predominantly national parks, areas of outstanding national beauty, or areas that are otherwise designated. So basically every part of Ryedale does fall within section 157 designations, apart from the number of wards that are mentioned on the first page of the report.
Thanks, that's great. Thank you.
Excellent. Are there any further questions? We're going to launch a campaign.
Philip, we don't know how many potential there are, but how many have we had?
Historically, Councillor Clark, I'm not able to advise in terms of the number of applications that we've had. What I would say, however, is that up until this point, this council has not actually removed a section 157 restriction. What it has done is give ex-tenants or owners the ability to sell properties to, if you like, non-qualifying people. But up until this point, we have not actually removed a section 157.
So am I right then that this policy is going to be very rarely used then, if that carried on the same?
It's obviously impossible for me to say, Councillor Clark, in terms of.
Okay, if the last 5 years continued into the next 5 years, it would be a vanishingly small number.
I think it would, and in terms of the proposed change into the guidance, the proposed amended wording, we're trying to make it very, very clear that any removal would only be in exceptional circumstances.
Yeah. Thank you, Philip.
Okay. Councillor Frank, did you have a question?
Yes. Can I ask why just you and the chair of P&R, Philip, why it doesn't come to P&R so that the whole committee can decide on this, because it's something that affects all wards, really, omitting Malton and Norton and Pickering East and West, admittedly, but it affects a lot of wards, and therefore I think it maybe should be a committee decision.
I think that the proposal, Councillor Frank, it's just really a matter of kind of streamlining any decision-making processes to, I suppose, in many ways, not overburden committee with things that perhaps can be dealt with outside of committee. Through having the proposed recommendation, there will be a senior officer and obviously a senior member making those decisions going forward. So I think it's an appropriate check and balance without overburdening committee, but making sure the decisions are made in the appropriate way.
Thanks, Philip. Sorry, Councillor Frank, you're on mute.
Yeah, I just feel fairly strongly that this should be a committee decision because of it affecting all different wards, and I think that it would be a better decision if more people were making that decision, or more people had a chance to have a say in that decision, rather than one person. Again, one person.
Is there a question, Councillor Frank?
Well,
was there a supplementary question?
The question is why restrict it to just two people making the decision rather than it being a committee decision would be a better decision, in my opinion.
Okay, I think Philip has given his answer on that. All I would say, as the chairman of P&R, and sort of answering your question there as well, is there are several things which are designated as decision with an officer in consultation with myself, and two that spring to mind is street naming and also assets of community value, of which there was actually one that came through today for me as a consultee. And I never do anything ever in terms of sort of giving go-ahead to officers without consulting with the local ward member. So, for example, in the case of the asset of community value that came today, I made contact with the ward member in terms of street naming. That request is always sent and forwarded on to local members for their consideration, or at least in the report it's already referenced for those views. That's how I approach these things, and that's how I would hope that future chair of P&R would also approach these things going forward into the future. I think the streamlining point is important, and again, as I said, just looking at the agenda, which has 24 items on it, I think it does make very strongly the point about actually trying to ensure that we keep things sensible. We have a policy which is probably going to be rarely requests coming in and going forward. It's clarifying the existing policy at the moment, which is on our website. And it's worth also pointing out that at the moment, the policy there is actually, there is no member involvement whatsoever. So this is certainly an improvement on that. And perhaps could have avoided some of the wrangling that we've had with one of the most recent cases. Is there any further questions for Philip on this? No. Okay, we'll leave that one there. In terms of the recommendations, I'm happy to move the recommendations, the two that are there. I don't know if there's a seconder at all for that. Yeah. Councillor Mackenzie. Oh, I'm going to go with you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Arnold, you were in there. Okay. Just in terms of speaking to this one, I think it's important to recognise that the current policy that's stated on our website is in many ways ambiguous, and that's been picked up. And it's better for us to have a consistent policy than have one that doesn't quite make sense. I think we could debate for a very long time the rights and the wrongs of Section 157 restrictions and their relevance into the 21st century, given that they were set quite a while ago. But I think actually what this policy does is at least an improvement for now in terms of stating very clearly that that we won't remove them unless there are exceptional circumstances, and that then the decision is made by the programme director in consultation with Chair of P&R. That to me seems eminently sensible, and I think it's the right policy for us to at least update in the interim. We can go and review sort of a blanket lifting or something and the relevance of these policies further down the line, but given the pressing need to deal with a particular case, I think it's right that we do modify, clarify the policy. Councillor Delaney, I'll come to you in debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it very brief because I'm conscious, as you say, we're only halfway through the agenda and we're already at 8:30. I'm no fan of unnecessary state intervention in the private sector. And I don't think that because, as Philip said, there's so few of these and so few can have any impact on the supply of affordable housing. I think that and many other measures that we put forward in Ryedale that will impact on that and do have a positive impact on housing for local people. However, I think you quite rightly say we need to recognise, I think this is a decent compromise. It gives us that flexibility to make those decisions where we deem necessary. So, yeah, I'm happy to support this recommendation. I think it tidies everything up, and I think it gives us the flexibility we need to deal with anything that comes up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this?
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Clark.
The changing of the wording is absolutely spot on, and therefore the first half of this recommendation I agree with totally. And if I understand Philip correctly, that has been the woolliness in the wording has been the, in inverted commas, cause of the problem. However, we don't know how many houses it might apply to, and we don't know. We've got such a vanishingly small number of cases that have happened so far that it's kind of, Philip, not to overburden the committee, but if there's so few cases we don't know how many there was and nobody can remember any, the second part, I think, is irrelevant. And I'd like to move, when I finish speaking on this, to an amendment to delete the second part of this. So, speaking on it as it stands before I come to the amendment, the Council's guidance in the removal of one fund is amended in line with the proposed wording set out in paragraph 6.4, I think. Now, on that basis, that's absolutely spot on. The wording's there. It tells you exceptional circumstances, enough heavy print for people to know that you can't just do it. And on that basis, I agree with it totally. Would you like me to speak to the amendment now, Chair, or separately?
So please just say what your amendment is, Councillor Clark, and then it's seconded, and then please speak to your amendment. That will be useful. Okay.
The amendment is to delete the second bullet point from beginning to end. In other words, leave the policy as it is.
Okay, is that seconded, Councillor Clark? I'm going to take Councillor Andrews as your seconder, if you've had discussions with her prior.
I hope so, but I don't know. So.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to take that, Councillor Andrews. Okay, does anyone wish to speak on this amendment? No, I will just say one thing very briefly then, which is clearly we have got the policy, and I think it's much improved by the changes that are there. However, what I would say very clearly is that clearly there needs to be a decision taken on lifting of these, and I think it is appropriate that it is an officer of Philip's seniority, and I think it is wise that there is that consultation with the chair of P&R, which allows that linking with elected members, and that there can be definitively in all cases, and I'm not saying that officers wouldn't consult with local ward members, but sometimes things go slightly astray, that there is that check and balance there. So I personally do feel like actually this should stay there, and it's very clear as to who is making the decision, and I think it's right that it remains. So I won't be supporting the change.
Is it quickly, Chair, in terms of moving the meeting on, if we take separate votes on the 2 bullet points, rather than moving an amendment and then going back?
I think the amendment's been proposed and seconded. So I think if you said that before, Councillor Clark, I
can withdraw the amendment then, Chair. I withdraw the amendment if you take separate votes.
Well, it's been moved as one, so I'm proposing that we just stick as we are. The amendment's there. So it probably
no, you haven't told us what votes you were going to take, whether you're going to take 1 vote or 2. It's quite common to have 2 votes on 2 different bits.
What I'm proposing, Councillor Clark, is that your amendment's been moved and seconded. We've discussed it. I've just sort of responded to the debate, which wasn't much of it. Councillor Clark, I can see you've indicated, but you're too late, unfortunately. I've moved to wrapping up on this item. I think you've made your views clear as well on that. So we'll go to the vote on the amendment, which is to delete the 2nd bullet point. So we'll go to the vote. We probably need a roll call, Ellen, on this one.
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Arnold.
Again.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Delaney.
Against.
Councillor Duncan.
Against.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Graham.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
And Councillor Ryedale.
For.
Okay, I think, again, Ellen, am I right in thinking that's 5 votes for, 5 votes against?
That's right, yeah.
Is against, so the amendment does not carry. We'll move now to the vote on the recommendations as a whole. Again, do we need a roll call on this?
Well, yes, Chair. That's why I suggested we had separate votes. But never mind. Yep.
For a while, I want to add an amendment to this.
Councillor Frank, your amendment, please.
Where on the 2nd bullet point, I would like to add the future decisions for restrictions are made by the Director of Economic Development and Business Partnership in consultation with the Chair of Policy and Resources and the Director of Planning at North Yorkshire National Park, North York National Park, because we have dire shortage of affordable housing in the national park, and I think that it affects people out there in the park more than anywhere else. So I'd like to add, and the director, and or in consultation with the Director of Planning at the North York Moors National Park. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for that, Councillor Frank?
I'll second that, Chair, so we have debate.
It's been seconded. Okay. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Frank?
Well, just to say that there is a desperate shortage of affordable housing in the national parks. A third of Ryedale District Council is national parks, so it's a vast area, and out in the sticks, in the rural areas, a lot of the young people are having to move down to Malton or wherever to be able to afford a house, and so even the loss of one affordable house out there in the sticks or out in the villages out there is pretty desperate for the youngsters and young people trying to get on the housing market. So I really think that the national parks ought to be consulted on this, at least consulted, if not having a vote on it, at least be consulted on it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frank. Councillor Clark has seconded. Do you wish to speak?
I reserve my right, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Frank is absolutely passionate about the rural areas, and it does affect those areas, unlike it affecting Malton and other parts. So I think that we collectively should support Councillor Frank, because it does make sense that for that such an important decision regarding the housing, I think that it does need that input of the national parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burr. Can I just come in here just to say that I have discussed this with the chairman of the national park, who believes that there is none of these restrictions actually in place inside the national park area, which clearly is a fundamental flaw, I suppose, in the proposal that's been put forward. I don't know that for a fact, but that is what he has told me, and I think perhaps there needs to be at least further consideration of that matter and that issue before we vote to support this. The second point I would make is that, in effect, what we are doing is saying that any future decisions on the lifting of a Section 157, including those that are not in the national park, this is what the wording of the amendments being put forward by Councillor Frank and seconded by Councillor Clark, is that we would still have to consult with the Director of Planning at the national park, even on the properties where we might be removing the lifting of these restrictions in the AONB or in a rural area that's been designated by order of the Secretary of State. So very clearly, while there may well be good intentions behind this, I don't think it's applicable. I think it's tying ourselves in knots. I don't think it makes sense. Contrary to Councillor Blair saying it did make sense, it doesn't make sense, because clearly we should not be consulting the Director of Planning at the National Park for something outside the National Park area. And also, as far as I'm aware, there is none of these actually in existence within the National Park. And I would just like to say, I made an appeal to members very strongly. I didn't want to stifle debate, but we seem to be making amendments to things where I think we're all in agreement with each other. And I think, it doesn't seem to me to be in the spirit of us trying to get through this agenda. There's some very, very important items here. To put this into perspective, this is the only Section 157 restriction request that I think we've had in a very long time. I'd like to have one again in the future. The policy makes sense. We should just move and go forward from here. So I will not be supporting the amendment that's being put forward. I'm proposing now that, unless Councillor Frank has anything else to wish to say, that we go to the vote.
Sorry, Councillor Andrews, could I just speak on this?
Sorry, yeah, Councillor Andrews, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused. We don't know how many houses we have. We could have this one, or we could have 200. Is this time sensitive, or can we defer this to another meeting so we can actually find out how many properties we have, where they are, who have 157 restrictions, and how many we've actually got rid of in the past? Because we seem to be voting on here on something we know we don't have any facts on.
Councillor Andrews, all I would say is Philip's been very clear that we haven't removed restrictions in the past. And also, one thing that I would like to be clear about is that I don't want to get into the individual circumstances of the fact of, the individual concerned here. Well, this person has been waiting several years for a consideration by the council. So clearly, it's very important that we do make a decision and we do move on this. And we are now talking about the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Frank. We're not talking about the substantive issue here. Again, if you do wish to move an amendment, you feel free to do that. But I don't think we're going to get anywhere. I think we're on the amendment at the moment that's been put forward about the consultation with the Director of Planning at the National Park. Unless anyone else wishes to speak on that, I'm going to go to the vote.
Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Clark.
I did reserve my right. I think Councillor Frank is making the same point as I've been making several times. We don't know how many there are, but the number of applications coming is minute. And therefore, if you want to make you comfortable, it could have been, where appropriate, consult with the directors in the national park. But it's just making the point that we have to face, when one of these happens in our patch, we're the ones that have to face it, not the chair of policy, not the director. We get it. Why is your council doing this? And it might not even be the applicant. It might be somebody who knows the applicant, etc., which is the reason for broadening. And that's why I'm seconding this, because it just broadens the out. And it's not a massive amount of extra work, because we don't know how many there will be. There's been unbelievably small numbers so far. So why not? I'm quite happy if Councillor Andrews wanted to defer this part. The first part we must put in place immediately.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. All I would say there again, very clearly, is we just mentioned that it's not directors that get it in the neck, but yet we want to consult with another director. It's just this is disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. I think we're all in the same place on this, and I think we're all in broad agreement. But it just seems that we've gone down a track which we didn't need to go down. So we'll move. We're going to go forward on the vote on the amendment. It sounds like we're probably going to have to do a roll call vote yet again on this one. So Ellen, I'll hand over to you to do that.
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Arnold.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Delaney.
Against.
Councillor Duncan.
Against.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Graham.
You're on mute, Sue.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
And Councillor Ryby.
For.
Okay, so I think on my calculations, it's 5-4-5 against. Chairman's casting vote is against. The amendment does not pass, and we're back to the recommendations as proposed and seconded. I'm going to go to the vote on this. So Ellen, it sounds like you may well need to potentially do a roll call again. So if you want to go ahead.
Councillor Andrews.
Are we voting on both of them together?
Yeah.
Yeah. For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
Steve Arnold.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Is now exiting.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
And Councillor Ryby.
For.
Sorry, Ellen, what was the numbers on that?
That's 8 votes for, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, so that's passed. The next item on the agenda is the appointment of working parties and subcommittees. This is a report by Simon. However, Simon isn't with us this evening. I don't know if anyone else was introducing this or whether we can just move straight into the recommendations. I think we'll just move. We'll move straight in. You can see for members on page 205. The recommendations are that the terms of reference for working parties and subcommittees of the Policy and Resources Committee attached to Appendix 1 of this report be approved, and that the members and substitutes be appointed to working parties and subcommittees based on the allocation of seats and membership from 1920 as set out in Appendix 2. I think one thing I would say is that clearly there has been some changes to political proportionality, and that while I don't think necessarily affects committees remarkably, I think it does affect the proportionality of the subcommittees. Working parties do not need to be proportional, but subcommittees do. So my proposal, and I'm sort of thinking out loud here, and I do need some officer support, is basically that we do appoint the terms of reference of the subcommittees and the working parties, and that we do, subject to group leaders' agreement, appoint the membership of the working parties, but that we, in effect, postpone, defer to the next meeting of P&R the appointments to the subcommittees, so that we can actually get an indication of what the political proportionality might mean in terms of who gets what, because the report at the moment does not quite comply with that proportionality which is required. I'll hand over to Barry just to come in on this.
Yeah, so legally the requirement for political proportionality is that it doesn't automatically change just because there's been a change in group. What needs to happen is there needs to be a formal request to redo the political calculation, and then it goes to full council, then full council then approve the new political proportionality. So there's nothing wrong with continuing with the existing arrangements and existing numbers. However, that might feel unfair now that the membership has done. So the proposal that's being suggested, if everyone's agreement with it, is fine. But I would recommend that you take the next proportionality calculation to your next full council meeting.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Barry. I mean, on that basis, my proposal then is that we do appoint the working parties and the subcommittees and keep the membership as written, unless group leaders have an alternative as an interim measure. And clearly, once if a request goes in for a change to political proportionality, and that's discussed by full council on December the 3rd, the next meeting of P&R will then change the memberships to reflect the decision that's the revision of the proportionality that's come through from council. So what I'm proposing is that the recommendations that are there in the report, in effect, are approved. However, what I would say is that I'd like to make an amendment, which is that the Constitution Working Party, that there is no terms of reference, and that we do not designate the Constitution Working Party going forward from here. So that is all in one in terms of the recommendations. Except,
could you go through that Constitution Working Party slowly for me, please, Chair?
Sorry, yeah. So the recommendation little I, which is the terms of reference for working parties and subcommittees of the Policy and Resources Committee attached to Appendix 1 of this report, are approved, except for the Constitution Working Party. And then little two.
Did I mishear, or what are you proposing for the Constitution Working Party?
That there is the Constitution Working Party terms of reference is not approved.
Right. Have we any reasoning for that?
Well, I can explain it, but that's the recommendations at the moment that have been proposed, and I think I need to ask for a seconder on this. I don't know if there is a seconder.
The membership of the Constitution Working Party says the size and membership is determined by Policy and Resources Committee. So can we not do that tonight?
Yeah, no, I don't think you're quite understanding me.
Yeah, that's why I asked for an explanation.
Is that we are recommending the terms of reference for the working parties and subcommittees are approved, except the Constitution Working Party. So we're not approving those, and that means therefore there is no terms of reference for the Constitution Working Party. Is in effect, it's not there. There is no Constitution Working Party.
Right. Okay.
So those are recommendations. That's been proposed. Is there a seconder? Sorry on that. Councillor Mackenzie. That's been proposed and seconded on those recommendations, and I'm happy now to open it up to debate. Councillor Burr, apologies.
It's okay. Thank you, Chairman. I think this is all becoming rather strange because I can't understand why we can't. We've been talking a lot tonight about moving things forward and moving things quite quickly. It seems quite bizarre to me what has been actually requested. It was quite clear what happened last year, and now things have changed. We've got different groups with different members. So this, what we've got in front of us, is really not applicable. And I'm quite astounded actually that we are being given advice to say that this should go to full council, when to me the Ryedale First is split in two. It's got 6 members, and that last particular member is there for them to agree, like it was with myself and the Liberals last year. So I'm absolutely astounded that in a bid to try and work
is now joining
and be unpolitical and try and really just work as one, because it now doesn't suit, that we're changing everything completely. So I'm not really happy about what you're suggesting. I don't think it's democratic at all.
Anyone else wish to speak on this?
Yes, please, Chair.
Councillor Clark.
You are saying that we recommend that the terms of reference for working parties and subcommittees of the Policy and Resources Committee attached to the Appendix 1, and that is that lot except for the Constitution Working Party. Have I understood you correctly?
Absolutely.
Right. I haven't heard from you yet in your moving speech as to why not. Have I missed that bit? You proposed this. You proposed this amendment that we don't approve the terms of reference for the Constitution Working Party, but I'm answering a proposal you've made that I haven't heard you say why yet.
I mean, the reason is very simple, Councillor Clark, in that the Constitution Working Party is not a useful forum for consideration of changes to the Constitution. The appetite from Constitution Working Party is in effect, not just recently, but throughout the entire time that I've been part of it, is to block any changes to the Constitution, not to have productive conversations, and is a waste not only of our time, but a waste of officer time. And actually proposed changes to the Constitution can be dealt with appropriately by Policy and Resources, which is politically proportional, and by full council as the ultimate decision maker upon recommendations of the officers, or on the basis of a motion that's gone to full council. So my reasons are very clear. We can do it one way or the other, but in effect, the Constitution Working Party is not a good forum for discussion of changes to the Constitution. It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be democratic debate and discussion, because clearly that is going to happen through P&R and through council.
Right. So I've now got something that you're saying. So you're saying it doesn't work. Well, it certainly worked better than when it had 18 months of not meeting at all under your predecessor. However, I'm just wondering if your concern for this is because as it is presently constituted, you have no longer got a casting vote on this Constitution Working Party under some circumstances, while you have had up until now. Now, that could be the reason. Or it could be that you don't think the Constitution Working Party produces sensible results. Yet, the Constitution Working Party had a third of its debate axed by you at the last Constitution Working Party, with no reason given other than not now. And the 2/3 that was approved by the Constitution Working Party, you backed tonight at P&R. So I fail to see where you're coming from, other than it's a concern from the future that you might lose a vote. But I wouldn't have thought to someone in your position that losing a vote in a working party was enough of a consideration for you to scrap the working party. But if you want longer debate, and I thought you were trying to reduce the work for P&R, but if you're wanting to have the whole of the constitution of working parties work done in P&R, fine by me. But it's all got to go to full council, and I would have thought a little bit more of working with, even if the Constitution Working Party doesn't produce the result that you want, is a better place to have a discussion than have a formal debate in P&R on bits and pieces in the Constitution or even larger issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Frank, you've indicated.
Yes, its concern is this because on page 219 it says that I'm a Ryedale First Independent, and I quite clearly am not a Ryedale First Independent. And I think that this changes the proportionality of it. And I think that actually Ryedale First Independents had 6 members, so therefore they were the second largest group. Whereas now they are no longer the second largest group, so that surely changes the proportionality. And I think that this report, this part of this report is not correct. So therefore, I don't see how we can vote on a report that isn't correct.
Barry, we've heard from Barry once already, but I'm happy for Barry to come back in. I think he's made very clear that clearly the proportionality in terms of there hasn't been a request through council, but I will hand back to Barry just to say anything further on that.
So again, no, it sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? But the law basically states that just because there's been a political change in party doesn't automatically mean you do the recalculation. What normally happens is that if there is a change in party, someone just requests the monitoring officer to do the recalculation, and the law then provides that at the next full council meeting, the council then approve the calculation that's done. So if there's a change to the seats, all that needs to happen is someone just needs to request the monitoring officer to do that calculation, and then the appropriate report goes to the full council meeting.
Okay, thank you, Barry. So clearly, if a member wishes to do that, it's going to go to full council. But in the meantime, it means we can protect representation on these bodies. And I'm really hoping that we don't need to convene a meeting of appointment subcommittee or the appeals panel. But if we did need to do that for whatever reason, we can do that between now and December the 3rd. So it protects the representation of those. It is in effect rolling on the same representation as has happened since all the changes have come into being. Until a decision is made by council in terms of political proportionality, and Councillor Frank is free to put that request in, or anybody else, and then this P&R would have to then change the appointment of the subcommittees to reflect that political proportionality. Is there any further comments on this one?
Yes, please, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Clark, I think you've already spoken, Councillor Clark.
Well, you asked if there was further comment. It's a different issue. Can I propose that those 2 subcommittees are referred to full council? This is amendment to your motion, if you like, but that we fill the Grants Working Party and the Local Plan Working Party tonight, because there's no reason they don't have to be proportional in the strictest terms, but we could get that done tonight rather than defer the lot.
Okay. Can I just check with Barry? Clearly, obviously, that does seem to contravene what has been proposed in the wording of the actual recommendations that have been proposed and seconded, Barry. Can I just check that this isn't reversing the meaning of the recommendation?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Keane, and I don't want to sound rude, but I don't know who Barry is. Can you just explain what Barry's role is? I'm sorry, I'm not being rude. I haven't come across you before.
I mean, Janet, he was at Constitution Working Party, and I did say very clearly he didn't need any introduction, but clearly he does need an introduction. So, Barry, please, if you want to introduce yourself and then reply to my query there, please.
Right. So, sorry, Councillor Frank. Now, I'm Barry Khan. I'm the Assistant Chief Exec for North Yorkshire County Council. I'm also the Deputy Monitoring Officer for Ryedale District Council. So I provide legal advice to the District Council when they need to. So very apologies for me. I was very rude by not introducing myself.
And Barry, just on that amendment, please. Clearly, we've got it proposed and seconded that we appoint the members to the working parties in the subcommittees. And obviously, this is proposing that we don't appoint the subcommittees. I just want to check where we stand.
No, I'm not supposed. Chair, you're misquoting me there. I didn't say we appoint the subcommittees. Rolling those over strikes me as eminently sensible. I'm saying tonight that we can appoint the Grants Working Party and the Local Plan Working Party.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure how much you're disagreeing. So I think Councillor Keane is saying that we should appoint all the working parties. I think, John, are you saying that you only want to appoint some of the working parties?
No, I'm saying all of the working parties, but does it not say, sorry, my speed of going back to things is slow, but it says that we leave the working parties, I thought, as they were. That the members and substitute be appointed by the working party. Committees of the Policy and Resources on the allocation of seats and membership from the 1920 set out in Appendix 2. That's as it was, and I'm saying there's nothing to stop us doing that. For now, we can't do the subcommittees, but we can do the working parties, can we not?
You sorry, apologies, I'm probably losing the track of the debate. So yes, you're absolutely entitled to appoint the working parties as suggested. But I don't know if there's any difference. Yeah.
Yes, we can.
John, as always, I think I'm losing your finer point of your argument. So I'm saying yes, you can appoint the working parties.
Let me suggest an amendment. I'm not proposing one. I'm trying to get it clarified, okay? That members and substitutes be appointed to working parties, right? Full stop. This is changing little 2. Subcommittees of the Policy and Resources Committee, and then we do what we're going to do with that. But the first part of that, it says the members and substitutes be appointed to working parties as set out in Appendix 2. If you miss out the middle of the paragraph. That's as it was. There is nothing to stop us putting the working parties in line with where council is now.
Sorry, Barry.
Am I missing something?
No, you're right. So regards to the requirement to appoint to working parties, they don't have to be politically balanced. So you're free to be able to choose even without the request to do that, if that's what you wanted to do. But that'd be a matter for the committee to determine.
Yeah. And I'm suggesting that we do that. We bear in mind proportionality, but we're not bound by it, and therefore we can do them tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah, so that's been proposed and seconded, Councillor Clark. Councillor Burr, do you wish to speak as a seconder? Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on that amendment there? No. Okay. Just by way of saying that clearly the original was a proposal that in effect we roll over, we keep the continuity. Things change in terms of proportionality. The subcommittees would change accordingly. But at the moment, this is simply about, and I have to say, the report is a bit of a mess and doesn't reflect the current circumstances. Clearly, we had a fast-moving picture in terms of people changing and swapping and various things. And clearly, it is not ideal. And to be honest with you, I'd rather not be sort of dealing with this. But this is a requirement that we have to be dealing with this after the annual meeting. And this is the first PNR after the annual meeting. So I think it's just worth referencing that actually. I don't know necessarily what we are solving by that, but clearly the amendment's been proposed and seconded. I won't be supporting it, clearly, because I think we just need this to be revised and revisited anyway once the proportionality is changed at council. So we'll move to the vote unless Councillor Burr used to speak. No. Okay.
Chair, we can't. I mean, you can, but I don't. It's not advisable to leave it as we've got at the moment. When the Ryedale First Independent representative, and this is what you're asking us to vote for, is Councillor Arnold, and the substitute is Councillor Frank.
Yep.
Now, Frank is not a Ryedale First Independent. And as we can alter that tonight, it would seem sensible to either put an extra member on the Grants Working Party and put them both on it, or ask them to decide between themselves which one is doing it.
Clearly, this is not obviously serving any purpose at the moment as going around the houses on this. So what I'm going to propose, I'm breaking away from the debate, I admit that, but if there is consensus that in effect what we say is we defer this entire report till it can be redone, reallocated and make sense for our consideration, and there needs to be conversations outside of formal committee between group leaders, monitoring officer, and getting this right, because at the moment we need a way to break out of this deadlock because we're getting nowhere.
If we're going to refer the subcommittees to full council,
what I was saying is the entire report comes to the next meeting of PNR.
Well, I think the subcommittees need to go to full council so that full council can give us a decision on them.
Subcommittees don't decide the allocations to the subcommittees.
No, but we need to do the proportion. We need the proportionality for those sorted out. The working parties, I think your latest suggestion is spot on. It's a far better way of doing it than trying to do it in a meeting tonight. And then all we're left with is the vote on the Constitution Working Party, I would have thought.
What I'm saying is that this report, and I think we need some officer advice here, but the report, clearly we're wrapping ourselves in knots here. I was trying to propose a simple way forward, which we roll things over till the proportionality changes, and then we can... Councillor Burr, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
What my proposal was...
For a while, when you said that I couldn't speak, Ian.
Yeah. I proposed a way forward. We need some officer advice. Councillor, if you do wish to speak, you can, but we're serving no purpose as continuing with this discussion, unfortunately.
Can we move it forward, Chair, and defer it?
I think, Chair, what we've got to remember is that just because we don't all agree, that we've got to do what certain people say. If you'd have said that right at the beginning, then I think we would have all agreed. But quite honestly, Councillor Frank, we should respect that Councillor Frank has got a new group, and that should be taken into consideration. So the best idea is if we scrap everything tonight and take it all to full council. You could have said that right at the beginning.
I'm not saying we're taking this to full council. What I'm saying is that we defer this item. Obviously, the proportionality is a request by a single member. All those people that have moved groups, not one of them has yet made a request for the proportionality to be changed. That's not my fault. I'm not going to do it for them, So that needs to happen, and that can happen at full council if one member, any individual member, doesn't need a decision by this committee to make that request, and it will be done for full council. The working parties and subcommittees are of policy and resources. They are not of council. It is for us to decide that as policy and resources. So what I'm saying is, in effect, we defer this entire report till the next meeting.
Yes.
Everybody is happy with that, because I don't want us to get wrapped in knots, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure how we get out of this. So we defer it, and we do consideration at the next meeting, if that's okay. In the meantime, somebody put the request. So it's been proposed and seconded. I'm going to go to the vote to cut ourselves out of this maze and mess. Is anybody not happy with that? Because I don't want Ellen to do a roll call, to be honest with you, but I will do one. But is everybody content? Please show it with deferring this completely. Right. Councillor Frank, I can't see you. Councillor Burr. Oh, everybody's happy. I'm taking everyone's happy. Please say if you're not. Excellent. Okay, so that's been deferred. We got there in the end.
Yes, Chair, I'm happy with that. Can we put in the request that the proper proportionality is sorted out?
Well, I think...
Can we as a committee put it in? I would like Barry's advice.
I think you verbally just saying that. Perhaps Barry...
Can take it on.
Yeah.
As a lawyer, I always don't like to make things easy. So the request needs to be in writing to the monetary officer. Someone can write to me or do me an email. All that needs is a simple email saying, please, can you do the recalculation? We can just take that as read.
Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is the timetable of meetings. I'm going to propose a recommendation. Do I have a second? Excellent. Is everybody happy and content with the timetable of meetings? Excellent. Everybody's happy. I'm not going deliberately fast, but I think everyone's content. Okay, we're now on to the part sorry, that was a Part B item. The next Part B item is a HR policy revision, which is the recruitment policy, item 15, starting on page 225. The recommendation to council is that it's agreed for implementation. Keely, is this you to introduce this item? So it just appeared on the screen, so I thought it was you, but if it's not, please tell me.
It is me, yes, it's myself.
Yeah. Excellent. Do you just want to just briefly introduce this, Keely, please? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. For those that don't know me, Keely Metcalf, Resourcing Solutions business partner, and I'm responsible for preparing this paper, this recruitment policy. So Ryedale District Council previously had a recruitment policy, but we have updated that in line with national legislation and good recruitment practice. We've also added some procedures since NYCC's Employment Support Service took over the administration process of recruitment, so we've given some guidance to managers as well. The former recruitment policy was available on the intranet for managers to refer to, but we removed it in December last year as it had inaccurate information in relation to relevant legislation. And the main driver for updating the policy was that, and to make it more robust. We also identified a need through the corporate safeguarding group to have a specific safer recruitment policy which embedded the safer recruitment practices to safeguard our service users and against any abuse or anything that might come about from recruiting inappropriate people. So we've included safer recruitment policy as part of our recruitment policy. And as the previous policy didn't have a safe recruitment policy at all, or any reference to safer recruitment, that's why we require the consultation and a review by full council as a Part B. And we have consulted with Unison on the development of this policy. Thanks,
Excellent.
Chair.
Thank you, Keely. Does anyone have any questions, burning questions for Keely on this?
Yeah, what was Unison's response?
We had a meeting with them. They asked for some little guidance on adding an actual process, but they were really positive, and one of the members had actually used it to recruit recently and said it was much improved. They found it really, really supportive and really, really wanted it to be approved.
Okay, thank you, Keely, for that.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to propose the recommendation. I don't know if there's a seconder for that.
Seconded.
Excellent, Councillor Clark. So this is referred to council. Everyone in agreement? Does anyone wish to discuss on this item? We're all in agreement. I can't see. I just want to check. Councillor Burr, Councillor Andrews on the phone, Councillor Arnold on the phone as well. I think we're all happy to refer this to council. Steve, you're back. You're visual. We can see you.
I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, so that's approved, I think, unanimously. Please say if not, please speak up. Okay, we've referred that one to council. Excellent. So we're now on item 16, which is the HR policy revision pay policy. You can see again the recommendation is to recommend to council that it's agreed for implementation. Emma, is this one for you to speak to?
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is for me. So again, just the documents are there. I guess the key thing for me is to draw your attention to the comparison table on page 275 of the bundle. As we request of yourself, Councillor Duncan, we've going to be putting comparison tables in for all of the revised policies now to make it easier for elected members to see what the key changes are. The previous pay policy, as it was stated, wasn't really a pay policy in its truest sense. It was more of a pay statement. We have that requirement to issue the pay statement as well, which will come as a subsequent document to this once this goes through the due process. So it does tell you, that document does tell you the key differences in there. So I'll leave it at that because I know.
Thank you, Emma. I think that's a useful addition to these reports, and I know that we've probably got a few more HR policies still to be revised, so that's really useful for us. I'm happy. Does anyone have any questions for Emma on this?
Just one, Chair, and it applies to several of them, and I've just remembered it. Next review date. Would it not be good practice to put in a review date as a backstop? You can review it in 2 months' time if something crops up. But it would be useful, would it not, to have a next review date if nothing happens, as it were?
The review dates are put in when they are ratified. The pay policies will always have to be annual because the appendix at the back has the salary scales in there. So generally speaking, unless we do a 3-year pay deal and we do a 1-year pay deal, as we sort of have done for the past few years, the pay policy will be updated accordingly. So it will always come then, as it's got financial implications, it will always be a Part B item and come to full council.
No, I wasn't questioning that. I was just suggesting that all the policies right back to HR tend not to, when they come to us anyway, have a review date. And it would be, you know that we're in a 3-year pay policy, in which case it would be in 18 months' time. We're in a 1-year policy, in which case it will be in 10 months from now or whatever. Just gives us some idea of when it's happening.
I think Emma can take that on board from the date of, perhaps in advance of full council, presuming they are approved. You can add those dates into the blank spaces. I think we don't need amendments and things for that.
No, I'm not moving an amendment.
No. I'm just preempting it.
You could have an amendment if you'd like one, but we haven't had one for a while.
Not another one.
Okay. Right. So, was there any further questions for Emma? I think there wasn't. So I'm happy to propose the recommendation that's there. I don't know if that's seconded. Councillor Arnold. Councillor Clark. I mean, I'll thank you. So that's been proposed and seconded. We'll go to the vote unless anyone wishes to speak on this. So I think we're all in agreement, hopefully. If you all indicate. Councillor Ryedale. Excellent. And on the phone, Councillor Clark, Councillor Andrews.
Yes.
Right. I think that's a unanimous recommendation to council. The next item on the agenda is item 17, which is the localisation of the council tax support scheme. I'm not sure if this is Anton or Marcus that is introducing this item for us. Marcus.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's me speaking. Yeah, so thank you. This report seeks approval of the final scheme for the 2021-2022 year. There are no changes proposed to the scheme, which has been operated in this current year, 2020-2021. The recommendations are that members recommend to council a local council tax support scheme for the 2021-2022, which, as I say, is unchanged from this current year, and to authorise the Section 151 officer in consultation with the Chairman of Policy and Resources Committee to undertake the necessary consultation work to design a scheme for 2022-23 and to learn from experiences of previous years. The reasons for recommendation is that the council must approve a scheme for 2021-2022. In summarising the report, in approving the scheme for 2021-2022, it will continue to provide a simplified scheme which is easily understood by all applicants and is easier for council officers to administer. It will continue to support the most vulnerable citizens. The scheme is one of the most generous across North Yorkshire. Currently, 50% of our working age caseload receive 100% support and therefore have no council tax to pay. And it will continue to deal with the large volumes of new applications received, especially with the increased uptake of universal credit. The scheme that's currently in place was able to deal with the almost 20% increase in applications that were received at the height of the COVID pandemic during April and May. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Marcus, for that. So I was on mute. Apologies. Were there any questions for Marcus at all?
Yes, I've got one. How much would it cost the council, Marcus, to remove the discrimination against larger families? In other words, we give an increased discount for one child, a bigger discount for 2 children, and we don't make any bigger discount for 3 or 4. How much would that cost us?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Unfortunately, Councillor Clark, I don't have exact monetary values for that. But I would like to add that the reason that the two-child restriction was introduced into the current scheme was as a result of aligning the scheme with current welfare benefits such as universal credit, housing benefit, and tax credits. We haven't profiled the caseload to take into that question that you're asking due to obviously the time constraints into, as I say, profiling the current caseload.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. One thing I was just going to ask very quickly was, clearly, since this new revised version of the council tax support scheme was introduced, there are actually now a lot of people who previously had to pay something. No one had an absolute reduction. Now with the new scheme, there are some people who pay no council tax at all. Clearly, I imagine that that's been useful given some of the circumstances that we've had, particularly with COVID and other pressures. Have we had a positive response to the scheme overall from people who rely upon it for support?
Yes, Chair. We've had quite a positive customer satisfaction towards the new scheme, and as I touched on there, during the height of the first lockdown, we saw an increase in demand in the caseload, and we were complimented on the simplicity of the scheme. But as you say, a lot more people now, or citizens are now entitled to that full support, meaning that they have monies to pay for other household bills.
Yeah, thanks for that, Marcus. You said all that without moving your lips. I think you're frozen, but we could hear you. So thanks, thanks very much for that. Okay, we've got the recommendations, which is that we approve that the council tax support scheme is unchanged from 2021, and to authorise the consultation which we need to undertake, similar to previous years. Is everybody happy with the recommendation? Sorry, they've been proposed. Is there a seconder for those recommendations? Councillor Arnold, thank you. So it's been proposed and seconded. All I would say is that there was a degree of controversy, I think, at last year's PNR and at council, that we were in some way disadvantaging people who need our help. And actually, I think what the experience has shown very strongly is that we've been able to give more help to some individuals than we would have been able to do under the old scheme. I think clearly the feedback that we've had from customers has been useful and important and valuable to us, and actually shown that the scheme which we devised made sense, has been clear, is aligned to universal credit and other benefits. So I think we've just got to say that actually this has been a good scheme that has worked in practice and that should continue, obviously subject to consultation which we need to undertake. So I'm very happy with this, and I don't know if anyone else wishes to speak at all.
I'd like to move an amendment, please, Chair.
Councillor Clark, yeah, if you would go ahead.
The little one is that we reach a local council tax support scheme for 21-22, which is unchanged from the 2021, apart from increased discount for families with 3 or more children.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor Clark?
Can I second that, please?
Thank you. Councillor Andrews, do you wish to speak to your amendment, Councillor Clark?
Yes, please. This scheme is much better than the old one, exactly as you said, Chair, and it has helped. But in the present climate, when households in debt have doubled since March, that is going to impact most heavily on larger families. And we've seen in the education thing that families without the necessary Wi-Fi, the necessary laptops, etc., are being discriminated against, and we must not discriminate against households that have 3 or 4 children. The expense is not going to be large in council terms, but the payment will be massive in terms of families that are struggling. And I really do hope that, the government has eventually got itself round to doing the necessary number of U-turns on free school meals over holiday times. And I do hope that we can just do it in the broad brush of the whole lot to stop this little piece of discrimination, little to the council, but big to those that are discriminated against. And therefore, I propose that we give a bigger discount to 3 children households and a bigger one to 4, etc. Because the number of families of that size in Ryedale, in this situation, is small. And therefore, the cost is going to be very, very small.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just one sentence to go. Because it is aligned with universal credit, is not something that we should be using as a reason for doing it. If universal credit has got it wrong, we shouldn't be following suit. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Andrews, did you wish to speak as seconder?
I reserve my right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burr, you've indicated.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You were quite right to point out that when this was last discussed, it did cause a lot of debate, and you rightly remember that. And this actual situation, it did crop up last time. Now, there's no doubt that our officers have worked really, really well, and they should be congratulated for all that they've done through COVID. However, things are changed since we actually had this document in place, and people are being severely affected by what's going on at the moment. And it's just a very small tweak, but it could really, really help those families that have more children than just 1 or 2. So it's a small tweak, and I think it would make a huge difference to not too many families. So I think that there is a real need at the moment to just tweak and change this. And I do think that really, if we could all get behind this isn't too much to ask, but it's if you've got a big family, you are discriminated. I don't think the policy was ever meant to discriminate at all, but I think because we are in great need and because of what's gone on this year, I think that we should really, really look at the larger families. So I hope everyone will support this.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak on this item before we go to the vote? Okay, just in terms of responding to some of the debate there.
You've got Councillor Andrews to come, Chair.
Yeah, I just opened it up and I didn't hear anything from Councillor Andrews.
I was just unmuting. It takes me a while. Sorry.
Apologies.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I really want to support this motion. I think it's all been said really, but this will continue for another year, and I don't think we've really fully seen the impact that COVID's had on families of Ryedale. People are now living on their savings, and until they get employment again and things like that, this lack of money, etc., will impact on families, and families not only from poorer situations, but families that have maybe been fairly okay, and they've now found themselves living on savings, and this will impact them well into next year, if not the year after. So I think just to have this as a safety net as well for the next year would prove vital to some of these larger families. And as it's been said before, it isn't too many families, and it is a small amount of money to the council, but could mean a great deal to those families that need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Just responding to some of the debate, Councillor Clark is mentioning that this scheme is much better than the old one. I think what a great shame they didn't support it last year when it came to council. Councillor Burr as well, also praising the scheme now, but again, a shame that it wasn't supported at full council last year.
Point of personal explanation, Chair.
Councillor Clark, I think
you've referred to me.
I think you've had chance to. I think you've had chance to adequately explain yourself, Councillor Clark.
You didn't approve this last year, which is why I voted against it.
Sorry, no, Councillor Clark, I'm talking about the overall policy here, if you let me continue, which clearly the policy has been of benefit. The feedback which we've received from vulnerable people who need our assistance, who interact with our teams, they are the people, the teams of Ryedale who interact with our people in need, are the people who've devised this policy based on experience, and I think we need to respect. I think one other point I would make as well from Councillor Clark is that he's talking about giving a bigger discount to families with children, with families with more than 2 children. What greater discount can you give than 0%? Clearly, 100% reduction in the council tax bill. Some families are paying nothing. Those people who are earning the minimum level are already paying nothing whatsoever. Do you want to give people positive council tax? I don't quite understand the vibe in terms of and what's being put forward from Councillor Clark. It does not make sense. Mentioned about free school meals. It's got nothing to do with free school meals. We know that people are struggling, that people are in need of help. Our scheme is very generous and does that. Going back to Councillor Burr talking about discrimination, what we've got here is a scheme which can give people, as I mentioned, up to a 0 council tax bill. You can also see as well that it is aligned with the benefits, and the benefits are paid to families with 2 or more children. That is the classification. So there is no, the further banding would in effect still be 100% in terms of my calculations on this. So yet again, I cannot understand what is being achieved by this, other than trying to point a finger at actually, it's not the Conservatives, the evil Tories, it's actually the people who've worked up the scheme, our officers, who I think have actually done a phenomenal job in doing so, have really revised and revamped the scheme after lots of questions at last year's meeting. And I think actually it's time that we stop doing this sort of tokenism, where we feel that we've got to challenge and fight against something which does make sense, is right. It's not a Tory policy, it's a Ryedale District Council policy. And I think it really do need to move out of this groove where actually we are in agreement with each other. This doesn't make sense, is not clear, is in effect, again, a nonsense amendment to something that really is going to, really is already working for the vulnerable people in Ryedale. So I won't be supporting it because it doesn't make sense and doesn't show the trust and the faith that we need to put into our team at this point in time. So I'll be voting for it. I think, Ellen, we need a recorded vote on this one. Sorry, not recorded vote, a roll call.
Councillor Andrews. For. Councillor Arnold. Have we still got Councillor Arnold? I'll come back to Councillor Arnold. Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Delaney.
Against.
Councillor Duncan.
Against.
Councillor Frank.
Abstain.
Councillor Graham.
Against.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Against.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Do we have Councillor Arnold back?
We don't, no.
Do we want to find him, see what's happened?
Chair, he's just been admitted to the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Steve Arnold, again.
I'm talking to...
is now joining.
Right now.
I think it's been readmitted.
And I've got a recorded message.
I think it's...
Councillor Arnold, are you there?
I'm here.
Sorry, Councillor Arnold, we're on the amendment that's been put forward by Councillor Clark.
I'm against it.
What was that then, Ellen? Sorry, the
Chair,
result?
That's 4 votes for, 5 against and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the amendment is not carried. We go back to the substantive, the recommendations that have been proposed and seconded. I'm going to move to the
say
vote.
Something there,
Sorry, yeah, Councillor Frank, yeah, please go ahead.
I abstained because I had to go out of the room and I missed part of that. And I just think Councillor Arnold's just should have abstained as well because he obviously wasn't there for part of the debate.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Are
no.
you telling me how to vote, Councillor Frank?
I think we'll leave that one there.
Not at all, Steve. I'm just saying, if you haven't heard all the debate, you should abstain. Anybody should. That's for anyone, not just for you. Not at all.
Sorry, can I just say that there's no requirement to hear all of the debate, and I think people can vote accordingly. And we'll leave that one there for now. But the result is a result. We're back to the recommendations that have been proposed and seconded, and I'm going to move to the vote on those. Do we need to do a roll on this one? Perhaps we do. Yeah. No. Okay. So is everybody happy with that? Please indicate.
Yeah.
Councillor Ryby. Councillor Andrews and Councillor Clark.
Oh, I'll abstain, Chair, on the basis that I explained to you last year, which you weren't listening to.
Okay, Councillor Andrews.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I abstain.
Okay, and Councillor Ryby. Is that an abstention? So you're on mute, Councillor Ryby. So you're still on mute. We can't hear you, Councillor Ryby. I'm just going to move on. Your vote's going to not affect the outcome anyway.
That's absolutely.
Sorry, I can hear you now. Was it before we get?
Well, I missed the debate side because my iPad went down. So.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I haven't an opinion, and if it doesn't make any difference, I need to create an opinion.
Absolutely. Excellent. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Ryby. So Ellen hopefully has got the vote on that one. The next item on the agenda.
You've taken my vote, Chair. I don't think you've taken my vote.
Sorry, Councillor Frank, were you against or abstaining there?
I'm abstaining.
Right, okay. Sorry, Ellen, have you got everybody now?
I've got 3 abstentions from Councillor Andrews, Councillor Clark and Councillor Frank. Everyone else I've got a vote for, is that correct?
And Councillor Ryby not
and
voting.
Councillor Ryby not voting, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll move on now to the Treasury Management Annual Report 1920. This is for Anton to introduce.
Yeah.
Thanks,
okay.
Anton.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll try and be brief on this. So this is the annual report for the last financial year. So again, part of the whole accounts process. This has also gone through audit committee 3 weeks ago. Just some headlines from this. We did have a good, strong performance last year in terms of treasury management, and despite low interest rates and uncertainty around a number of things, there was no new borrowing during the year, but our high level of reserves did mean that we had a good return, and in fact, our investment income was just over £60,000 higher than we budgeted for. So it was a relatively good, strong performance. That's the summary for it. But we will face more challenges in this current financial year. But there will be an update on that coming to scrutiny committee next week, I think, on the next stage.
Excellent. Thank you, Anton, for that. Any questions for Anton? I'm going to.
I have one, Chair, just so he just feel left out of it.
I'm sure he won't feel left out if that's.
No, I think he will if I didn't ask this question. How is it coming along with the loan systems?
Yeah, so that's also, it was also raised at audit committee. The question there is said before, this isn't part of treasury management, but we can consider it as part of the budget. So in terms of financial strategies, we look to that for the next financial year, and there's a paper on later. That's where to consider that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Anton. The recommendations are there. Note the report and approve the prudential and treasury indicators in the report. It's part of the item going to council. Happy to propose those. I don't know if there's a seconder.
I will.
Councillor Arnold,
Chair,
thank you.
Chair, noting the report, with that good a report, strikes me as a little weak. And can we note it and also thank the officers for their superb work over the last 12 months?
I think you've just.
Or however many months it is.
I think you've done that there,
Steve
Councillor Clark.
again.
So the recommendations are there, proposed.
I've moved that as an amendment, Chair, so that it goes into the minutes.
I mean, I'm not going to go through the rigmarole of the amendment, but is everybody content for it to be that we note and thank the officers?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Unnecessary, but okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah. Okay then. We won't thank them.
No, I mean we can thank them, but you know, I just don't think it's necessary at this point in time. We can say thank you verbally, but okay, right. That's proposed and seconded with the minor addition by Councillor Clark. So we will go to the vote if everybody's happy to do that. All those in favour, please show. And I can't see Councillor Clark and Councillor Andrews. Excellent.
Oh, agree. Yeah.
Thank you. So that's approved. Next item on the agenda is item 19, Revenue and Capital Budget Monitoring Quarter 2. It's recommended that Council notes the contents of the report. I'll hand over to Anton to briefly introduce this item.
Yes, so firstly, on the revenue account, we're predicting that this year the council will overspend by £1.6 million. You may remember when we brought the report to council in September to look at where we thought we were at quarter one, that we were looking at an overspend of about 1.8 million. We're now revised that to 1.6 million. That 1.6 million is actually the same figure as the net additional costs that we think we will incur because of COVID. There's a lot of conjecture about that. We've made a lot of assumptions, and in fact we've now gone into lockdown 2 after we've done this report, so that may affect how it actually turns out. There is some detail in the report in terms of what those COVID costs are. I should stress we've not incurred all of those costs at this stage. This is our estimate of where we might get to. Budget monitoring is incredibly complex this year because we're trying to second guess what might happen with the impact of COVID. And we've also assumed some costs in this year, which may actually turn out to be more into the next financial year. But in terms of the revenue, that's where we are in terms of 1.6 million. And as council agreed before, that will come from reserves. That gap will be plugged from reserves. In terms of the capital account, we are underspending in that, largely because we're not going to spend any money in this financial year on the Ryedale hub, and we had set aside just over £2 million for that. So that's a quick summary of this, which is, as I say, it's an estimate of what's going to happen this year, and we'll keep you updated as things change.
Yeah, thank you, Anton, for that. Does anyone have any questions on this report?
Yeah, just one question, Chair. How much have we got in unallocated reserves?
We have, I think from memory, just over £15 million in reserves. Now, all of our reserves are in an account which is earmarked, apart from the general fund that we've set at £2 million. But we haven't, by no means, got fixed plans for spending all of that £15 million at this stage.
I don't quite understand the answer. So how much is unallocated?
Sorry, we've got a £2 million general fund which is not allocated. We have, however, for example, from memory, about £4 or £5 million of that is allocated to cover the capital programme, but then the next stage of actually committing those to projects is not yet committed. So we've allocated it in terms of where we think we will spend it, but we've not actually earmarked it on particular expenditure items.
Is that clear, Councillor Clark?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Anton.
Okay. Okay, any further questions? I'm going to move the recommendation, which we note the contents of the report. I don't know if there's a seconder for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Arnold, thank you. That's been proposed and seconded. I'm happy just to say a few comments, which is clearly we haven't seen variations of the budget at this level for quite some time. We're used to significant underspends, but not significant overspends. I think the difference here is that this is not due to any sort of dodgy accounting or inaccurate projections. It's due to obviously something which none of us really could have predicted. I think some of the things worth just pointing out very briefly, I do want to move this on, is that yes, there has been some significant decreases in income, but there has also been some significant investment in terms of supporting local people in their time of need. Things like the FSB memberships for small businesses, which means they could access advice and support, and also extra advice in terms of housing, investment in terms of our leisure facilities, and keeping them open, albeit momentarily, before they shut again. And obviously, we'll discuss this further in the meeting. But there has been spending to support local people, and I think that is worth just highlighting. We have also, in terms of spending that's already been committed, we aren't actually a million miles away from the grant funding which we've received from the government, which I think is also worth just pinpointing. That we have received £816,000 from the government. So just a few points there, but I do think that we've done a phenomenal job in keeping spend down. Costs haven't escalated quite as much as they may could have done, and so I think it's worth just making that point and commending all of our officers across all of the teams at a difficult time in recent months, and some difficult months ahead as well. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak, or happy to move to the vote on this one? Okay, we'll move to the vote. I think everybody seems happy and content, hopefully, with noting contents of the report. Excellent. I think everyone's happy. Anyone happy, please say so. That's that one. The next item on the agenda is the financial strategy 21-25. You can see the recommendations on page 305, which is basically that we note the content of the appendix. It builds on the one that was presented in September to full council, and that members are asked to consider and approve the proposed areas for consultation with the public as set out in Appendix 2. So I'll hand over to Anton to briefly introduce this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to make sure I've got the right page. So, yeah, so there are a few key issues just to highlight. So this is the financial strategy, which is an ongoing piece of work. As you say, Chair, came to Council in September, and we'll keep working on it, keep bringing updates to members right through until we get to February, when we'll ask you to set the budget for the next financial year and approve the strategy for the years following that. A few things I say to just highlight from this report. We note that we have the commercial strategy, which we had last year and agreed. However, COVID has impacted on that, but we'll look to restart that as soon as possible, and that will help assist future financial challenges and provide value for money. The timescales are set out in this report. Again, the impact of COVID and how that will certainly have an impact on next year and years after, not just this year. Highlighting areas of budget pressure, obviously COVID-related ongoing costs, including any lost income, any other staffing investment required, and we'll bring forward details of those for member consideration. Consideration of the impact of local government review and what that might mean. People and culture plan implementation. Brexit, of course, we've still got Brexit to come. Will that have cost for us? Again, keeping an eye on that. And then any other budget pressure. So these are highlighted, but I just wanted to draw members' attention to those in the report. And then finally, the appendix, which has proposed areas for public consultation and seeking members' approval that those are the areas to consult on. Grateful for any other ideas that members would like us to ask people of Ryedale about, and planning to do that in December and January. Thank you.
Thanks, Anton, for that. Does anyone have any questions at all for Anton? Okay. The recommendations that are there, 2.1, 2.2, I'm happy to move those. I don't know if there's a seconder. Councillor Arnold, thank you. We'll move into sort of debate and discussion if there is anything. One thing I would just pick up on, Anton, is page 324, the appendix, the budget consultation pack. It has a few rogue responsibilities in that table.
Okay.
And it's quoting gov.uk, which is obviously the government, and that may show you, if it's accurately taken from there, their misunderstanding of some of the roles that councils fulfil. But there's trading standards down as a district council function, and then planning has gone to county councils, and obviously they do planning, minerals and waste, but not the conventional planning which people might relate to. So just one thing there, if that's going out to the public, is one thing that I will pick up on. I think generally, though, I'm happy with the consultation process. I'm also very happy with the budget process as well, which is about this constantly driving forward for value for money and ensuring that all the services we provide are really doing what we hope that they can do. I know things have gone a little bit astray in terms of review of some of those services, but clearly, hopefully we'll get back on track before we maybe cease to exist. So yeah, thanks very much for that, Anton. I'm going to move to the vote unless anyone wants to speak.
While we've got Anton here, can I add to your list, because I spotted the trading standards one? Can we have planning in the district bit as well? And I couldn't see licensing, but I could be missing it.
Sure,
I think Anton can take that.
I'm just chucking those two in while we're here.
Yeah,
thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I've been informed that we're at the 3.5 hour mark now. We've got some important things we still do need to consider. There's 2 more items after this one, so I'm proposing that we do continue. I don't know if we need a formal vote on this, Ellen, but there's 2 more items we do need to get through them to get them referred to council, because they are time sensitive. Is everybody happy to continue, I suppose, is the question.
I propose we continue, Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that. Is everybody happy that we do continue to get through these 2 items?
Happy to continue, yeah. I just wish, Chair, we would be able to get to these points and have sufficient time to debate them instead of spending masses of time on irrelevant points earlier on in the meeting.
Unfortunately,
I'll leave that with
They may be relevant to you, but they're not to everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose this is democracy, so let's keep moving. Let's not argue about wasting time. It's going to waste more time. Okay. So yeah, with that's been proposed and seconded now. So I've lost track of where we were. I don't think we've actually voted on the financial strategy, have we? So let's vote on that. Is everybody happy for that to be referred to council? Happy?
Yeah.
I can't hear people on the phone, but they're not shouting down the line. So I assume again everybody's happy.
Agreed.
With that, yeah, thank you. So that's the financial strategy item. The next item on the agenda, which is to consider the submission to government of the York and North Yorkshire devolution, asks, I think this is Philip, to introduce this item, and it is recommended to council that agreement is given to submission of the ask so that devolution negotiations can commence.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Chair. I'll keep my comments very, very brief. As you've said, what we're seeking from committee is to move forward with a positive recommendation to council that Ryedale supports the submission of the York and North Yorkshire devolution asks. The report does really emphasise and stress on a number of occasions that we are not seeking council and member agreement of the asks at this moment in time, just simply consent to actually submit the asks to begin the process of negotiation to government. What the report also stresses, and hopefully is fairly clear about, is that the agreement of any devolution deal with government, should we get to that point, will be subject to formal agreement through the council's normal committee and council decision-making processes. So again, simply to stress that this is about agreeing to submit the asks as the basis of negotiation, nothing more than that at this moment in time.
Yeah,
Hopefully the details of the devolution proposal should be very familiar to members. There'll be lots of discussions and conversations about it, including formal events with members back earlier in the summer in May and July. Devolution potentially offers £2.4 billion of investment into York and North Yorkshire, and obviously we're working very, very hard to get to that point to maximise that for Ryedale. That's all I want to say at this moment in time, Chair.
Thank you, Philip. Just one quick question from me is, in terms of the report when it goes to council, can you please just include details of the consultation that there have been with elected members, which has been substantial? The reason I ask for that, I'm seeing nodding, is because some members do have amnesia and forget that they have been consulted on things. I think it's worth just that being included in there to really hammer home that point. But this is not new. We've had lots of discussions on this, albeit it's got a bit fragmented with local government reorganisation slapped in the middle. Does anyone else have any questions for Philip? Okay. So the recommendation is that council recommended to council that agreement is given to submission of the York and North Yorkshire devolution ask to government so that devolution negotiations can commence. I'm happy to propose that. I don't know if there's a seconder.
I have, Chair.
Councillor Arnold, seconded. Thank you very much. So that's been proposed and seconded. We'll move into the debate. All I will say on this is, out of the 9 authorities in York and North Yorkshire, we are one of 2 still to approve this document so the negotiations can commence, ourselves and Hambleton. We have not refused to agree to this. It's just simply that we haven't yet got round to it, and we will get round to it on December the 3rd. There has been a lot of external pressure, I have to say, particularly from the chairman of the local enterprise partnership, the unelected chairman of the local enterprise partnership, who seems to think that he can dictate to councils what we should and shouldn't do and the timelines that we should follow. We have a democratic procedure and a democratic process, and that for me is vitally important. I've been very consistent in all the conversations that I've had that nobody should move on this until Ryedale District Council, full council, has given its consent for the negotiations to start. And I think that's been the right course of action. We just haven't yet, with the sort of break that we had from democratic meetings, been able to properly consider this one. But I think it's the right thing now to move forward on this so that we can start those negotiations and hopefully get a good outcome. I think it is going to be transformative for our area to have extra powers, extra investment under a directly elected mayor for York and North Yorkshire. One thing I would just say is that this is in many ways is linked but isn't linked to the reorganisation. So I think that point does need making very clear that the reorganisation stuff is happening as a precursor to devolution, but we're not doing the reorganisation simply to pursue this. We're doing it because we have been pushed down a course of action by other authorities, the county council, in terms of their pursuit of local government reorganisation at this time. That's all I wish to say. I don't know if anyone else wishes to speak on this.
Can you Chairman?
Councillor Arnold.
Lots of people get confused between devolution and unitary authorities and what you're proposing here. Can you explain the difference to people, please?
Sorry, yeah, I'm happy to try and do that, Councillor Arnold. Very clearly, devolution is going to be extra money, extra powers, directly elected mayor for our area. We thought we could get that without going through the reorganisation. There are areas that are 2-tier that have got devolution deals, but we met with the minister, who was very clear, Simon Clark, who's no longer in post, who stated very clearly that in order to get a devolution deal, we needed to go through the unitary process. Clearly, that has been a locally led process, and there's been a request for that to happen to the government. All I will say is that request hasn't come from the district and borough councils, hasn't come from the City of York. It's come from the county council, is the only conclusion I can come to, and the invitation's gone out for the unitary process. That's happening, as we know. We've submitted our views on that in the outline proposal, but we've now got this on the table, which in many ways needs to happen concurrently, but is separate to the structures that sit beneath the combined authority. Whichever arrangement we get, East and West, North Yorkshire and York, or potentially something else, it's going to be 2 authorities or others coming together, forming a combined authority with a mayor, a directly elected figure for York and North Yorkshire, which I think is going to be Hopefully something really positive for our patch. Okay, is there anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Yes, please, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Clark.
You have opposed, and you're perfectly entitled to oppose, a mega council, brackets NYCC, becoming the unitary. But this is bigger than that. This is suggesting that East-West combine, or North Yorkshire and York combine, or any other combination combines, to create one giga council with a cabinet and a mayor. And all this is being done, and we could set the ball rolling if we agree to the asks, or agree to ask to the asks being submitted. We don't even have to agree to the asks that we're asking for. So we end up with asks being put in. The government does not give any guarantees with its asks. And off we go. Now, if you want to, and it was ruled out of order and you didn't protest, that you want things to be local services, to be delivered for local people by local councillors, and the logic is therefore you oppose the North Yorkshire approach, yet you're wanting us to support this York and North Yorkshire one council approach with no guarantees whatsoever. And on that basis, why on earth are we even considering doing it? They don't mind what we ask for. Of course they don't mind what we ask for. They don't mind what we ask for because they will decide, the government will decide down the track what it will do. And you may well have got us into this unitary discussion by having discussions with the government about combined authorities. And Simon Clark came back and said, and I must underline no relative that I know of, comes back and says you'll have to go down the unitary route. Now, that's precipitated this lot. And if we end up going down the unitary route, we've got COVID-19 on the books, the biggest public health crisis for 100 years. We're heading into the biggest financial crisis for several hundred years. Just to keep us from getting bored with that lot, we're going to go down the unitary and reorganise it all. And then, for those who are still bored with that lot, we then create a giga council with a cabinet and a mayor who will then dictate from afar as to what is happening, all for the sake of asks. They don't matter what they are, because we may or may not get them. And that will be down to the government, which of course you trust I don't, giving it down money down to the mayor for it to then be allocated. I will be staggered if that lot makes the people of Ryedale any better off or feel any better represented. And if anything, I think it'll make it worse. So I'm opposed to this, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, just in terms of responding to some of the points there by Councillor Clark, he mentions about this being a giga council. This is not a council, it's a combined authority, and sitting beneath it is going to be the councils which either already exist, if we keep the structure which we've got, or the new councils, the new unitary councils which will come into formation. Originally it had been envisaged that there would be the 9 councils, the county, the district, City of York, which would in effect join together in the combined authority, and that each council would have a say about whether they wish to join that combined authority. Things are looking like they're going to change in the white paper, which means we can't veto and authorities can be compelled to form a combined authority. And clearly, obviously, this may well is a nonsense in certain ways, in that we may well be starting these negotiations, but not being the people ultimately that will be here to decide whether we wish to formally enter into the combined authority. However, at the moment, and as things stand, if we do enter a combined authority, we have to have a vote of the council, and the council can veto not to be part of a combined authority, which has meant that there have been some unusual formations of combined authorities in other areas where certain parts of counties have been excluded because they didn't wish to take part. One thing I do just want to challenge, and Councillor Clark's logic doesn't quite ring true, in that he's saying that because I'm opposed to the so-called mega council, why am I not opposing a giga council? I've made very clear it's not a council, it's a combined authority. The other thing that I think I need to ask, sort of in reversal to that, is he is in favour of the mega council, and therefore, on his logic, the same logic, why is he therefore not supporting this, the combined authority? The other thing which I would just make clear is that 97% of the area is currently in North Yorkshire. In terms of the footprint, 97 is covered by North Yorkshire County Council, only 3% of the area is covered by City of York. And clearly you're actually not combining very much more land mass. Obviously there is 25% extra population, but it's certainly not really a million miles away from the proposal that's been put forward by the County Council, which, if I understand correctly, Councillor Clark supports and has always supported and has always pushed for through various motions to Council. I've made very clear my views on unitary. This is not about unitary, but the footprint is going to be the same regardless of what happens, whether we keep the status quo or whether we get east-west or whether we get North Yorkshire and York. The footprint that's been proposed is for a devolution deal involving what is currently covered by York and North Yorkshire. So in many ways, this is in effect irrelevant to what happens with the unitaries, only that the people who formally agree is going to be the democratically elected councils, perhaps, which are the new authorities rather than the existing ones. One thing I would say that mentioned about financial crisis and COVID-19, how can we responsibly say if government is going to give us potentially £25 million a year, £2 billion over 30 years, extra powers and extra investment in our area, if we're facing a financial crisis and if we're facing problems with COVID-19, how can we responsibly say, no, thank you, government, for your £2 billion, but we don't want it as we face into a financial crisis? We can't do that. It's not the responsible thing to do. And while we can scrap over unitaries, actually the one thing that all councils agree on, Labour, Independent, Liberal Democrat and Conservative in York and North Yorkshire, is that we should pursue a devolution deal. It is actually the least controversial thing that we have really been discussing. The asks we've all supported. So I think cross-party across the councils, you'd like to think we could have cross-party support within our own council. Unlikely, I would think, but it certainly isn't controversial at the level that unitaries is. That's all I wish to say on that, and we will now hopefully move to the vote. It's been proposed and seconded. I think we need to have a roll call, Ellen, so I'll hand over to you to do that.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Andrews.
Can you hear me?
Andrews. I can now, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, again.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Burr. Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Delaney.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Mackenzie.
For.
And Councillor Ryby.
Abstain.
Okay, so the recommendation to council is that we agree to those asks and start the negotiations. We've reached the end now of the sort of public session, so thank you to all of the people who have joined us on YouTube, of which I'm sure there are hundreds, perhaps thousands, so thank you very much for persevering with us for this very long meeting, now approaching 4 hours, so thank you very much for that. What I would just like to say is we need to shut off the recording before we start discussion of the next item on the agenda, and I need to wait for confirmation from IT.